leaders being involved and potentially intelligence agencies being involved. I think the president should say, in this case, we're making an exception. We're releasing all the files to have total sunshine. Recognize there may be people mentioned in these files who are not guilty, and the American people, we're going to trust their judgment to sort through that. And this is not a precedent for the DOJ doing this again, but it's in this case, we're going to do that. And that, I think, weighs the legitimate concerns that some people innocent will be caught up in the release. But I have confidence in the American people of being fair.
I agree. I think this is great. Yesterday when we talked about the initial, you came out on the floor, you said you wanted to make this happen. On the surface, we get the idea. I think I and many people in a similar space completely agree and appreciate the actions you're taking to get this information released to the public. And then, of course, the big concern with the vote was clarifying any amendments on making sure they don't just dump everything they have. With that being agreed, and I appreciate you say that. So with that being said, I think this is fantastic. The question then becomes, why aren't they releasing it? Why this 180 from all of these people? I mean, Cash, Dan, Trump, Pam Bondi. She says, they give these binders to people with phase 1 Epstein release. And then the next thing we know, there is no phase 2. There's nothing to see or it's all gone. Why do you think there's this 180 happening?
I really don't know, other than to say that they're probably influential, powerful people who are donors to politicians, who played golf with politicians, who are caught up in it. And let's be clear, some of these people may not have actually, visited an island or engaged in illegal conduct with an underage woman. Some of these people may just have solicited Jeffrey Epstein for a contribution, or may have gone to a party, or may have been on a plane. And my guess is that they are reluctant to release all of this because they know that a lot of influential, powerful people will be implicated. And they probably think, people aren't going to really care. The reason people care, though, is this is something deeper than just the Epstein file. It's like if a country is not willing to stand up for young girls and protecting our children and willing to provide impunity to rich and powerful men, then what kind of country are we? And it speaks to people's fundamental sense that there's something rotten in Washington, that we've gotten too corrupt. And that's why ultimately I do think that Trump will be forced to release these things, because the argument isn't just coming from people like me. It's coming from people like you and people who voted. I don't know who you voted for, but people who voted
for Trump.
Yeah.
But this is the ultimate bipartisan issue. Going back even to 2000s, there had been information about Epstein. He got these sweetheart deals, even though he was accused of very serious crimes. And then even up to 2019, the charges they levy against him were light compared to the evidence that was already in the public sphere. Notably, there was an individual, I think it was his butler who worked for him, who had been criminally charged for trying to sell off the information of the people he's working with. There are concerns, I guess, that I will add this. It's the ultimate bipartisan issue. But there are conspiracies. Everybody's got a theory. What if this implicates U.S. intelligence, the U.S. intelligence apparatus and its allies, perhaps the MI6 or Mossad, or maybe even anything else out of Europe? Some theorize the reason Trump doesn't want to release it is because it's going to compromise in some way national security. Not to, and again, I'm not saying don't release it. I'm saying release it.
I get it. Well, isn't that more of a reason to release it? I mean, look, I don't think anyone would say that our CIA has been innocent in our history. There was the whole Church Commission, right? And the Church investigation. Some of the intelligence agencies used to be involved in assassinations of overseas leaders.
Used to be.
And then the American people said, no, we don't want that. And they were exposed, and that led to reform. So and I'm just saying, I have no idea if any intelligence agency was involved. I hope they weren't. But if they were involved, wouldn't you want to know that? I mean, the president could actually do such a public service. He could say, I'm releasing this. We're getting this information out there. And now we're calling for reform if there are intelligence agencies that are involved. But the very fact that people are asking these questions, the very fact that you got Tucker Carlson or others saying this about
Alrighty, folks, a ton coming up on today's show. We're going to pay tribute to Reverend John MacArthur, who passed away yesterday. Plus, Barack Obama is lecturing the left about why they are losing. And in New York City, Zoran Mamdani continues to maintain a lead. We'll get to all of that, plus the new CPI report, President Trump's shift on Ukraine. There's tons happening in the news. First, everyone is still talking about our latest addition to the Daily Wire, Isabel Brown. Her brand new show premieres this fall exclusively on Daily Wire Plus. But don't worry, there's plenty more on the way as we celebrate a decade of the Daily Wire. Yes, we are celebrating our victories because who doesn't love winning? But we're also fighting harder than ever. The left wants to silence your voice. We make it louder. They want open borders. We demand law and order. They want drag shows for kids. We make documentaries that expose the truth. They cancel. We create. This is the time to be part of a community that fights back and wins. Go to dailywireplus.com and join the fight today. I want to start today by offering condolences to the family and all of the followers of John MacArthur, the Southern California preacher, and someone who I'd venture to say was a friend of mine. John MacArthur was on the show twice at length. An amazing human being. Of course, he had millions and millions of followers in the Christian community. Christianity Today has a lengthy obituary for John MacArthur, who passed away yesterday afternoon. They say expository preacher John MacArthur, who taught scripture to millions through taped sermons, radio broadcasts, Bible commentaries, and a best-selling study Bible, died Monday at the age of 86. MacArthur said the most important mark of his ministry was that he explained the Bible with the Bible, not cluttering up sermons with personal stories, commentary on current events, or appeals to emotion, but teaching timeless truth. The longtime pastor of Grace Community Church said a good sermon should still be good 50 years after it is preached. He said, it isn't time-stamped by any kind of cultural events or personal events. It's not about me, and it transcends not only time, but it transcends culture. He published the MacArthur Study Bible in 1997. It has 20,000 notes on specific verses, as well as an index of important doctrines, introductions to each book of the Bible, and suggested Bible reading plans. It sold 2 million copies over the course of a couple of decades. He also has a New Testament commentary, which sold more than 1 million copies as well. MacArthur, of all the people that I know in this sphere, I know quite a few, was absolutely staunch in his defense of the Bible. He is somebody who certainly never shied away from the messages of the New Testament, and somebody who made himself controversial because of that, which I think is quite a good thing. In the first interview that I did with him, a lengthy interview, he spent fully 30 minutes of the interview talking to me about why I ought to convert to Christianity. And as a Jew, I will say that not only do I not find that insulting, I find that absolutely useful. Why? Because he is saying the thing that he believed. And I think that that is a good thing. And the reason I considered him a friend is because he's somebody who cared about my eternal soul. We could have disagreements on what would happen, with regard to heaven or hell, or whether the New Testament was truth or not truth, depending on whether you're a Christian or a Jew. But I was never upset by the fact that he believed that I ought to convert to Christianity, because, of course, many Christians believe that I ought to convert to Christianity. It's not an insult. That's because somebody cares for my spiritual welfare, and we disagree about how best to attain that spiritual welfare. But it's because he was able to say hard truths as he saw them to people like me, that he was also able to say hard truths to everybody about biblical values. And that meant he was never shy about biblical values, which is absolutely useful in a time when moral relativism runs rampant. Last year, he was on the show, and here is what John MacArthur had to say about the Bible.
I would just say this in the general sense. Read the Bible. Just read the Bible. It has the ring of truth. It defends itself. It's like a lion. You don't defend it. You don't defend a lion. You open the cage and let it out. It'll be okay. And the scripture is like that. And it's like that even morally. There's something in the heart of people that resonates with biblical morality. Obviously, their sinfulness fights it. But the law of God is written in every human heart. That's part of being created in the image of God. And you can fight that law, you can resist that law, you can violate that law, but that law is there. That is part of being created in God's image. And I think if your heart is open to the truth, you go to the Word of God, and I've seen this now for all these years I've been in ministry. The ring of biblical truth is so powerful to a person who honestly reads the scripture.
And again, I think that message is deeply necessary in a time when so many have fallen into moral relativism, have fallen down a bunch of rabbit holes looking to fill the God-shaped hole in their heart. And Megan Basham who writes for us here at Daily Wire. She had a wonderful statement about the passing of John MacArthur, in which she spelled out exactly why it was that John MacArthur was such a special person to so many people. She said that John MacArthur has consistently refused to join the latest relevance-chasing fads. It is this very refusal that has given his ministry enduring relevance for new generations. And again, I think that is true. I think that his work is going to be read for generations. And the nice thing about the sort of Jewish view of the afterlife is that in Judaism, if you are not Jewish and you fulfill 7 basic rules, the Noahide laws, which are things like no blasphemy, no adultery, no murder, and things like this, then you do indeed have a spot in heaven. So it doesn't conflict with my faith to say that John MacArthur is with God right now, and that is something that he always longed for. Again, it's his uncompromising fealty to biblical values as he saw them meant that he was also able to walk into political frays without fear. Here he was, this is way back when, just shellacking a young Gavin Newsom over same-sex marriage on CNN when Gavin Newsom was trying to play at being a pastor, essentially.
I'm a practicing Catholic. I got married in the church 2+ years. I don't see what we're doing in terms of advancing the bond of love and monogamy and extending that to families of same sex in any way, shape, or form takes away anything from the church or the sanctity of the union that my wife and I have.
I would just like to ask the mayor, as a practicing Catholic, do you believe the Bible is the Word of God?
Yeah, look, Pastor, I'm not going to get in a theological debate with you.
No, that's not a theological debate. That's just a straight question. Do you believe the Bible is the authoritative Word of God?
Yeah, with respect, I guess I do. Now the response.
Well, then the Bible says when God created man, he said one man, one woman, cleave together for life. That's a family.
I mean, it was that. It was that sort of clarity. You can see Gavin Newsom smirking and trying to walk this back. There are a bunch of problems with what Gavin Newsom is doing right there. First of all, it is funny when he says, I'm a practicing Catholic and I've been married for 2 years to lead off that particular clip. He was at that point married to Kimberly Guilfoyle, who he would then cheat on. So, yeah, I mean, a few things, Gavin Newsom. We'll get to more Gavin Newsom a little bit later on in the program. But again, I think that speaks to the fact that when you have a moral grounding in biblical values the way John MacArthur did, it gave you the courage to walk in like a lion, which is something that John MacArthur did his entire life. Already coming up, President Trump, very upset with Democrats, but does he have anything valuable to say? First, if you are with one of the big wireless providers, you are overpaying for wireless, period. You're paying for thousands of retail stores you never go into. You're paying for unnecessary perks you never use. And you're paying a massive premium for what you think is superior 5G service. Guess what? Pure Talk uses the same 5G network on the same 5G towers. The only difference, they don't charge you for any of the garbage. Instead, Pure Talk gives you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Folks, that's less than half the price of the big guys during a time when saving a buck really matters. I'm a Pure Talk customer. I made the switch. What's your excuse? You can even keep your phone and your number. We've been using Pure Talk here for quite a while. The coverage is excellent and the price is great. So why wouldn't you do the same? Head on over to puretalk.com/Shapiro. You'll save an additional 50% off your very first month of coverage. You can literally be switched over to Pure Talk in less than 10 minutes. That's puretalk.com/Shapiro to switch to Pure Talk. Wireless by Americans for Americans. Go check them out right now. Again, that's puretalk.com/Shapiro to switch on over to Pure Talk. Get started with my friends over there at puretalk.com/Shapiro. Also, I always assumed that restless sleep was inevitable, right? No, I toss, I turn, I get heated up at night, my back would hurt. I figured that's what sleep was. And then I tried Helix Sleep, a mattress made just for me. And suddenly, my sleep quality was just that much better. It's truly been transformative. Now, I easily fall asleep in minutes, even when, there are a lot of worries that would normally keep me awake. What makes Helix different is they don't just sell you a random mattress, they actually match you with the perfect one for your body and sleep style. Whether you're a side sleeper, back sleeper, somewhere in between, they've got you covered. They make it so simple to get your best night's sleep every night. All you have to do is take their sleep quiz and get matched with a custom mattress based on your body type and sleep preferences. And trust me, when you find the right match, you'll wonder how you ever slept on anything else. I've been using Helix Sleep for years. In fact, Helix Sleep is so good that I got it for relatives. I've gotten it for friends. It's great. Go check them out right now. Right now, Helix is offering an incredible sale. Visit helixsleep.com/Ben. Get 27% off site-wide. That's helixsleep.com/Ben for 27% off site-wide. Make sure you enter our show name after checkout so they know that we sent you. Again, just visit helixsleep.com/Ben for this exclusive offer. Alrighty. Meanwhile, in other news, President Obama is disappointed again. Very disappointed in who? The Democrats. He's upset. And the reason that Barack Obama is upset with the Democrats is he said that you're whining and you're navel-gazing and you're sitting around doing nothing. And the thing about Barack Obama is that he is always apart from the movement he supposedly leads. Barack Obama is always sort of a spectator to his own party, to his own country, right? He's somebody who gets to sit there on high and cast his judgment at the Democratic Party. Now, you'll remember it was Barack Obama who originally told Joe Biden that he might pick Kamala Harris for VP. And then it was Barack Obama who was trying to shovel Joe Biden through the primaries and literally guiding him physically on stage. And then it was Barack Obama who intervened to get rid of Joe Biden and put Kamala Harris in his place. So every move that Barack Obama has made, essentially since his second reelect, since his reelect in 2012, has been the wrong move. That's just been the reality of the situation. But he still feels like he can sit there and lecture everybody else, particularly in the Democratic Party, about what they are doing wrong. So apparently, the 44th president spoke Friday evening at a fundraising event hosted by New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and his wife Tammy Murphy at their Red Bank, New Jersey home, according to a report from CNN's Arlette Sains. The fundraiser was described as an intimate dinner. It raised $2.5 million. And apparently he said that it's time for Democrats to stand up for the things that you think are right. Well, that is some shocking advice from Barack Obama. I mean, really, with that sort of specificity, how can they lose? He said, I think it's going to require a little bit less navel-gazing and a little less whining and being in fetal positions. And it's going to require Democrats to just toughen up. You know, don't tell me you're a Democrat, but you're kind of disappointed right now, so you're not doing anything. No, now is exactly the time that you get in there and do something. Wow, listen to those inspiring words from Barack Obama. Now's not the time to do nothing. Now's the time to do something. With this sort of guidance, how can the Democratic Party go wrong? He says, don't say that you care deeply about free speech and then you're quiet. No, you stand up for free speech when it's hard. When somebody says something that you don't like, but you still say, you know what? That person has the right to speak. What's needed now is courage. I mean, wow, that just amazing. Amazing, specific paths forward for Barack Obama. How this guy was ever considered a sort of genius light in the Democratic Party is beyond me. Terrific politician, great at what he did. Also, utterly empty, just a completely empty vessel for radical ideologies. He said, stop looking for the quick fix. Stop looking for the Messiah. Meaning Barack Obama. You have great candidates running races right now. Support those candidates. Make sure that the DNC has what it needs to compete in what will be a more data-driven, more social media-driven cycle, which will cost some money and expertise and time. So the most important thing you can do right now is help the team, our candidate, to win. We've got to start building up our coffers at the DNC. And then, he said, there's been, I gather, some argument between the left of the party and people who are promoting the quote-unquote abundance agenda. Listen, those things are not contradictory. You want to deliver for people and make their lives better? You got to figure out how to do it. I don't care how much you love working people. They can't afford a house because all the rules in your state make it prohibitive to build. And zoning prevents multifamily structures because of NIMBY, meaning not in my backyard. I don't want to know your ideology because you can't build anything. It does not matter. So this is the part that's fascinating. So in the end, Barack Obama, while he was a radical leftist for his time, there is never a left that is left enough for the Democratic Party. And so if you talk about Barack Obama with young people today, they barely remember him. I mean, again, I'm not part of the middle age. I'm 41 years old. So I remember all the way back to the beginnings of the Bush administration, really, in my political life. But most people who are young were not even born until George W. Bush was on his way out of office. Most people who are voting for their first or second time in the next election cycle are people who grew up with Barack Obama as kind of the grand old man, but think about how you think of the first president that you remember of your lifetime. I remember Bill Clinton because I was approximately 16 when Bill Clinton left office. But I don't remember Bill Clinton like super duper well because I was 16 when he left office. So think about you're a young person and Barack Obama left office when you were really young. Right? Like the first real president that you might remember, actually, might be Donald Trump, because Donald Trump has been on the political scene for the last decade or so. And the last Democrats you remember are all old people. Right? It was Hillary Clinton running, and she was old already. And it was Joe Biden. He was dead. And so when you think back to Barack Obama's been out of politics at a very top level since 2015, 2016, realistically speaking. And so what you're talking about here is a full decade of no Barack Obama. So when he says, maybe you should embrace the abundance agenda, you know how people think of Barack Obama now in the Democratic Party? They think of him as a sort of technocratic figure, right? Somebody who was there for the cult of expertise. Well, we are now living in what Alana Newhouse at Tablet has called a brokenist era, meaning that everybody on both sides thinks all the institutions are broken. On the left, they think the institutions are fundamentally broken and need to be torn down, and so you need to move toward the radical left. On the right, Donald Trump was sort of a representative of the brokenists, believing that the institutions of the country were already fundamentally broken. He's trying to break down some of them more, and he's trying to recapitulate the strength of others. But we live in a society that basically has no trust in the institutions. Barack Obama was the anti-institutionalist in some ways, but overall, Barack Obama was a believer that the institutions could be wielded for power by him. That was sort of the chief mechanism of his technocratic rule. And so when people of the Barack Obama era speak to young Democrats, I don't think there's a connect there. Rahm Emanuel, who is his chief of staff, he's lecturing Democrats on not being popular enough because he wants to run for president. Do you think Rahm Emanuel has a shot at the presidency?
Just to give you a sense of how bad we are, the Democratic Party is less popular than Elon Musk right now. That should be like a wake-up call how bad. And the Republican parties stab you in the back. The Democratic Party, we disappoint you.
So he says the Democratic Party disappoints people. But here's the problem. If you're a Democrat and you're disappointed with the Democratic Party, that is the Democratic Party of Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and Barack Obama and the old guard. So the Democratic Party is abandoning the abundance agenda of people like Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. And they're moving instead toward the radicals because that's where the energy in the party is. The Mamdanification of the Democratic Party continues apace. So in that New York City mayoral race, Andrew Cuomo has now announced that he's going to run as an independent in New York City. He, of course, ran in a primary against Mamdani. He lost by 10 points in that primary. The polls right now show that Mamdani is leading the field, but not by leaps and bounds. He's got about 35 to 40% of the vote in New York City. And then the other 60% is split 20 different ways. According to the latest poll from Data for Progress, Mamdani is polling at 40%. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo is polling at 24%. Mayor Eric Adams, who's running as an independent, is polling at 15%, and Curtis Sliwa is polling at 14%. Which means that if you add up Cuomo, Adams, and Sliwa, which makes sense because there are not a lot of Adams voters who are going to bleed over to Mamdani. They're mostly going to bleed over to Cuomo if Cuomo were to stay in. And if Sliwa were to drop out, that would all bleed over to Cuomo as well. Then what you're really talking about at that point is 53% to 40% against Mamdani. This is why, Andrew Cuomo jumping in. Yeah, I know a lot of people are ripping on Andrew Cuomo today for jumping in after he got shellacked by Mamdani in the primary. But I gotta say, I don't blame Andrew Cuomo for jumping in. I think that Andrew Cuomo is a terrible candidate. I think that many of the constituents he needed to win the mayoralty are not living right now because of his COVID old age home policy. But given the demographics of the city of New York and the fact there are still Republicans and independents in the city of New York, I think there's a good shot that Andrew Cuomo ends up as the mayor of New York if people drop out. Eric Adams needs to drop out. Curtis Sliwa needs to drop out. There needs to be a sort of coming together around a candidate as terrible as Andrew Cuomo in order to stop the worst alternative of having a socialist with jihadist sympathies as the mayor of New York. Here's Andrew Cuomo announcing his independent run in New York City.
Hello, I'm Andrew Cuomo. And unless you've been living under a rock, you probably know that the Democratic primary did not go the way I had hoped. To the 440,000 New Yorkers who voted for me, a sincere thank you. Thank you for believing in me, in my agenda, and in my experience. And I am truly sorry that I let you down. But as my grandfather used to say, when you get knocked down, learn the lesson and pick yourself back up and get in the game. And that is what I'm going to do. The fight to save our city isn't over. Only 13% of New Yorkers voted in the June primary. The general election is in November, and I am in it to win it.
Okay, so, again, I think that he's an awful candidate, but he may be the best alternative at this point because the other candidate is an open socialist. And the Democratic Party is rallying around the open socialist. The guy who says that we ought to nationalize grocery stores and the guy who refuses, once again, to condemn Globalize the Intifada, which they call for international violence on behalf of jihadist causes. I mean, that's what Globalize the Intifada is. Here's Mamdani just a couple of days ago dodging on globalizing the Intifada.
Is there something that you regret about how you answered that question in the Bulwark podcast that kind of maybe left open this idea that this was a slogan that not only that it wasn't so much that you defended it, but that you yourself would use it.
I can't speak to the media coverage of it. I can tell you that I'm looking forward to that meeting with Congressman Jeffries. And in the conversations that I've had with him, they have come back to the very urgent issue of affordability.
So, just again, dodging and going back to affordability, but understand, there's so many people who are misreading Mamdani's signal here. He is not avoiding the question because he doesn't want to answer whether globalize the Intifada is bad. He's avoiding the question because he understands the signal is that globalize the Intifada is good. And that is what the Democratic Party base wants from him right now in places like New York. It's sad and pathetic, but that is what it is. He's also blaming President Trump for a decline in tourism in New York City, which is pretty wild considering that the city has been governed by horrifically bad Democrats for a decade or so.
We know that his policies, they are not just disappearing our neighbors, detaining our friends. They are also turning the world away from our city. The rapid decline of tourists coming to this city is an issue not simply for us living up to our word as a city that welcomes the world, but it's one that has very real economic impacts for artists that are with me here today and those beyond.
And so, again, it's all about the Trump administration killing tourism. It's not about New York City being poorly run. Already coming up, the future of the Democratic Party is a battle between the Zoran Mamdani Democrats and the Gavin Newsom Democrats. I know that's an actual thing. First, feeling overwhelmed by back taxes, you're not alone. Maybe you missed that April deadline, or your financial records are all over the place. Whatever the situation, don't put it off any longer. The IRS isn't getting any friendlier, and those penalties, they pile up fast. We're talking 5% every month you don't file, maxing out at 25%. That adds up quickly. Here's the thing. You don't have to handle all of this alone. Tax Network USA specializes in precisely these situations. They've worked with thousands of Americans, employees, small business owners, people who haven't filed in years. Messy books. They've literally seen it all. They know how to sort it out. What sets them apart is their direct access to IRS programs that most people don't even know exist. Plus, they have expert negotiators who actually know how to get results. They'll start with a free consultation to assess your situation. If you qualify, they may be able to reduce or even eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they can protect you from the really scary stuff like wage garnishments, bank levies. The bottom line, don't wait for that next IRS letter to show up in your mailbox. The sooner you act, the more options you will have. Call 800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Shapiro to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. Also, in business, they say you can have better, cheaper, or faster, but you only get to pick two of those things. Well, what if you could have all three at the same time? That's exactly what Cohere, Thomson Reuters, and Specialized Bikes have since they upgraded to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. OCI is the blazing fast platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs, where you can run any workload in a high availability, consistently high performance environment and spend less than you would with other clouds. How's it faster? OCI's block storage gives you more operations per second. Cheaper? OCI costs up to 50% less for compute, 70% less for storage, and 80% less for networking. Better? In test after test, OCI customers report lower latency and higher bandwidth versus other clouds. This is the cloud built for AI and all your biggest workloads. Right now, with zero commitment, try OCI for free. Head on over to oracle.com/Shapiro. That's oracle.com/Shapiro. Again, if you need better cloud, and I'm certain you do, go check out Oracle right now. Zero commitment. Try OCI for free. Head on over to oracle.com/Shapiro. Again, that's oracle.com/Shapiro. Get faster, get better, get more efficient. So what are the Democrats doing with Zoran Mamdani? What are they doing? Well, they're meeting with him. So Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, he says that despite the fact that Eric Adams was a Democrat, now an independent, Andrew Cuomo was a Democrat, now an independent, both of them running, he's only going to meet with Mamdani.
I'm scheduled to meet with the Democratic nominee at the end of the week back home in Brooklyn. Haven't had a conversation with Eric Adams or Andrew Cuomo since the primary and have no current plans to do so at this moment.
Well, there's a shock. There's a shock. Will he have any words for Zoran Mamdani and the fact that he is essentially an open communist? Of course, he will not, because this is the modern Democratic Party. It is a bunch of old guarders who are making room for the actual radicals in their midst. And this is going to be the new formula for the Democratic Party, at least until they get shellacked at some point, which you would imagine is something that is going to happen. There is a Zohran Mamdani type who's now running for the mayor of Minneapolis. His name is Omar Fateh. Here he is announcing his run for Minneapolis mayor.
Everyone keeps asking me, Omar, why aren't you doing more videos? As a state senator with a second full-time job and a kid on the way, I just haven't been able to find the time. I've also been fighting for you, passing things like tuition-free college for working-class families, rideshare protections for our Uber and Lyft drivers, and the legalization of fentanyl testing strips. To make an affordable Minneapolis that works for everyone, we need a mayor that works as hard as you do. I'm ready to work hard to 1. Build a Minneapolis that working people can afford to call home. 2. Protect our city from a hostile White House. And 3. Diversify our city's public safety. By increasing the minimum wage to $20 by 2028 and passing rent stabilization to stop price gouging and incentivizing new construction, we can protect workers. Protecting all of our communities from Donald Trump means not letting MPD interact with ICE, whether it's for an immigration raid or not. Our residents deserve a mayor that will stand up to Donald Trump and say, no, not in our community.
So notice the pattern. The pattern here is take the most radical positions in the Democratic Party, put a diverse face on them, and then run that for a mayor of a major American city. That's what Zohran Mamdani is. Right? Zohran Mamdani is just Democrat Socialists of America, but also he happens to have a diverse ethnic heritage. And so that makes him sort of coded as fun to vote for white progressive ladies living in New York. And the same thing is happening here with Omar Fateh, who's running for Minneapolis mayor. There's been a lot of focus put on the fact that he's Somali in origin. That's his ethnicity anyway. And that actually is really only relevant insofar as he is a typical Democratic Socialist of America type who is racially diverse, which is going to be the new model for Democratic candidates going forward. It is the thing they're looking for. It's Bernie Sanders, but black. Right? Bernie Sanders, but Somali. Bernie Sanders, but Zohran Mamdani. Right? That's what they are looking for right now. And his positions are unbelievably radical. And this is what the Democratic Party is looking for. What they are attempting to do is that they had a choice, the Democratic Party. They could take positions that are broadly popular with the American people, or what they could do is take positions that are popular with college-educated white single ladies. And then they could hope that racial solidarity would carry them across the finish line. And it appears as though they are doing the latter. It appears that they're basically taking, if you go back to the Barack Obama sort of analysis, the Barack Obama pitch in 2008, the reason he won a broad victory, is because if you go back to his campaign, he campaigned as a moderate on virtually every issue. And also, because he was racially diverse, that meant that a lot of Americans felt very good about voting for him because by voting for him, you could show that America wanted to move past its terrible racial history. And then by 2012, he was running as a very far-left candidate and hoping to cobble together a majority-minority coalition with enough college-educated white ladies to get over the finish line. And the Democratic Party is still stuck in the Obama model. But what's weird about the Obama model is that it abandons the Obama technocracy. Instead, it's basically tear down all the systems and replace them, if at all, with a gigantically centralized government. So if you look at the actual positions being taken by Omar Fateh in Minneapolis, he says that with Donald Trump back in the Oval Office, the progress toward equity and justice that our communities have worked so hard to create is in jeopardy. Mayor Frey has said that our approach to fighting Trump is extreme. He's wrong. The only way to stand up to Trump and his posse of unelected billionaires is to create a city that is radically inclusive and stands up for those who are most at risk. So what exactly does that mean? It means that he wants the Minneapolis Police Department to be forced not to work with ICE, for example, as he says. Ensure that events like the Trans Equity Summit are fully funded and prioritized. Increase funding to services that support housing safety and economic justice, such as LGBTQ+ and BIPOC people are some of the highest at risk for losing their housing, being over-criminalized by MPD, and being harassed by their employer. He also wants the city to build a bunch of housing, because public housing has always been a massive boon. It's always been totally successful. I'm being sarcastic. It's really been a giant fail. He wants to reform public safety by essentially hampering the MPD's ability to police inside the city. And this is the new Democratic Party. The new Democratic Party is not a technocratic party, a sort of Big Tent party. It is a hard left party that attempts to win over more moderate, ethnically diverse voters by putting up candidates who look like them. That is the idea here. That is why the Democratic Party is doing what it's doing. And this is also why I believe in the end, Gavin Newsom's candidacy for the presidency is going to fail. So Gavin Newsom is clearly running for president, obviously. I don't know on what basis he's running for president. It's not like California is in boom times. It's not as though California is doing like an amazing, amazing job. Again, I left California. My family left California. My business left California. And I talk to people who still live in California all the time, and they are thinking about moving because the cost of living is unbelievably high. The taxes are awful, the regulations are awful, and the quality of life has gone down. But because Gavin Newsom is trying to pose as the sort of anti-Trump fighter, he thinks that's enough to get him across the finish line in a Democratic primary. I have my doubts. I do not think that the model that Gavin Newsom is pursuing is likely to succeed in a presidential primary for the Democratic Party. But he's out there, pushing his agenda. And that agenda, by the way, continues to be all things to all people, which I do not think is going to work in the new era of radical Democratic Party politics. So, for example, he's dancing around still the transing of the children. Here he was just yesterday doing that.
What about for your values? I mean, is 8 years old too young?
Yeah, I mean, look, I now that I have a 9-year-old, just became 9. Come on, man. I get it. So those are legit. It's interesting, just the issue of age. It's interesting. As someone that's been so focused on equality, broadly, LGBT rights, particularly gay marriage. The trans issue for me is also novel. It's over the last few years, I'm trying to understand as much as anyone else. The whole pronoun thing, trying to understand all of that.
He's trying to understand it. You see, he gets it. Like he's got a 9-year-old. Like, what is he saying in that clip? Do you have any idea what he's saying? Like, seriously, any idea? And the answer is he's saying nothing. When he gets to a controversial issue within the Democratic Party base, and he understands it's unpopular with the general American public, he tries to dance around it, but he has no actual answer. He's doing the same thing, by the way, with regard to his California COVID policies. Now, California had some of the most insane COVID policies in America. I was living in California at the time. It was nuts. It's one of the major factors that drove my family away from California. We were basically triple quarantined. We were quarantined because of COVID. Then we were quarantined again because there were riots outside. And then we were quarantined again because there were wildfires. So it was like a triple quarantine. It was nuts. And Gavin Newsom was in charge of the state at that time, ensuring that nobody could go to the beach in the middle of COVID. You couldn't go to a public park in the middle of COVID. You couldn't take your kids to a playground. Well, now he's telling Sean Ryan that he's directing an objective review of California's COVID policy. Okay, well, again, what does this mean? It means nothing.
What's interesting about this process is none of us have really reviewed in an objective way. It's all through the lens of politics, what we did right and what we did wrong. And so I'll answer that question by telling you what I've just tasked. I've asked our team to put together an objective review of everything we did right, everything we did wrong. We're interviewing people that vehemently disagree with us, that oppose the mask mandates, that oppose the stay-at-home orders, people that are international experts. We're stress testing our entire process. Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Okay, well, I mean, what do you mean coulda, shoulda, woulda? You were the governor. You're inspecting your entire process? Like, how about you just apologize for the stuff that you did? But he's not going to do that. But again, this is the guy who's trying to become the Democratic Party nominee, and I would suggest that he is stuck in the in-between. He wants to pose on the one hand as a technocratic Obama type who is interested in the abundance agenda. And on the other hand, he still wants to cosplay as a political radical by spitting at Trump. That's pretty much the Gavin Newsom pitch right here. I just don't think that it's going to play. I don't. Because again, there are too many issues on which he's been found to be dishonest. For example, he said yesterday on Sean Ryan that there was talk that when the president of China, Xi Jinping, the dictator of China, when he visited California, that they basically cleaned all the poop off the streets in San Francisco so it didn't look bad. Well, here he was explaining that story's not true. That's not. There's only one problem. Actually, he said in 2023 it was kind of true.
We hear a lot about San Francisco and the homelessness and pooping on the road and all that kind of stuff, and it seemed like all of that was cleaned up when Xi came to town.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Complete.
That's complete.
The city, which, by the way, I'm no longer mayor, was organizing for dozens and dozens of foreign leaders, not just Xi, to arrive for APEC. And the city, over the course of last year, had finally started to step up its game to address what's happening on the streets and sidewalks. And there was no question when you have a major international conference that there was investments made to prepare the city, as any convention and any city would.
So anyone would have cleaned it up. But then he admitted, actually back in 2023, that, yeah, they kind of just cleaned it up for Xi Jinping.
I know folks say, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because all those fancy leaders are coming into town. That's true, because it's true.
But in the end, Gavin Newsom has to come up with some defense of why he's done such a great job. And his defense is, effectively, there are a lot of rich people living in California. That's what he means by this. So he makes the case that he's tired of people trashing blue states. We're creating 71% of the country's GDP. All right, here we go.
And we're, by the way, a donor state. We provided $83.1 billion more than we received from the federal government. Texas took $71.1 billion. I'm not saying that to bash Texas, but you know what? Pretty proud of my state.
I saw that too.
Our weight, man. 71% of the country's GDP comes from blue counties. These same crack-up counties with all these crazy liberals that can't get out of their own way and the world's come to an end. It's 71% of the economy of the country, man.
Okay, so I'd like to point out at this point how dishonest this statistic is. There's no such thing as a donor state. There are individuals in those states who pay the taxes. The California state government is not donating any money to the federal government. People who live in California are paying taxes to the federal government. And then the federal government is spending that money back in California on welfare cases. So what he really means, there are a lot of rich people who live in California. Well, duh. And more rich people are leaving California. Whenever you use a stat like, it's sort of like when people talk about the country's trade deficit. Okay, if I as an individual make a trade with a foreign country, that is not the United States making a trade with a foreign country. That is me as an individual making a trade with a foreign firm. That is not the United States collectively spending money in China or in Japan. In the same way, when he says that California is a donor state, California is not donating anything. Residents of California are paying higher federal income tax rates because they are making more money, because California is an incredibly stratified society. But the statistic that actually matters is what percentage of American welfare dollars are spent in California. Good news. I asked our sponsors over at Perplexity this question, and here is the answer. Approximately 14% of all American welfare dollars are spent in California. Total U.S. welfare spending as of 2024 was $1.048 trillion. California's welfare spending was about $151 billion annually. Why is California's share so high? Well, California is the most populous state. It has about 12% of the U.S. population. California spends about 81% more per capita on welfare than the average of other states. The state has a higher proportion of residents living below the poverty line, which increases demand for welfare programs. Now, the stats that I'm citing have to do with California state policy. The stat that he's citing has nothing to do with California state policy. It has to do with the fact that a bunch of gigantic industries were founded in California, particularly in the tech sector. And that everyone who can get out is now getting out if they are wealthy. So citing the idea that California is a donor state, again, misses the point. California is not donating anything. That is a false statistic. And he's relying on that false statistic in order to make the claim that his state is well governed. Okay, well, it also happens to be that when he says that blue counties are generating, or blue cities are generating 71% of GDP, does he just mean cities? It turns out that across all of human history, cities generate an outsized percentage of commerce because there are lots of people living close together. The real question, if you're talking about government policy, is not do cities generate lots of commerce, because of course they do. You have people who are living very, very close together. And when you have lots of people living in close quarters, those people tend to congregate and then make businesses. For example, this is why throughout the modern era, the post-industrialization era, people have moved from rural areas to cities. In fact, 94.2% of California's population lives in urban areas. The real question is, what percentage of welfare dollars go to blue cities? Good news. I asked our sponsors over at Perplexity AI this question. Nearly 60% of all welfare cases are found in large urban counties, which are predominantly governed by Democratic blue administrations. Specifically, 89 large urban counties, home to about 1/3 of the U.S. population, account for almost 60% of the nation's welfare caseload. So again, it is predictable that when you have big cities where people congregate, there will be more commerce. The question is, why are there so many poor people in the areas governed by Democrats? In areas that are not poor because they're rural, in areas that are poor because of bad policy making. Right? What he really should be looking at is the raw number of people who are poor living below the poverty line in California, not making excuses based on the rich people he derides as the source of the problem. Alrighty, coming up, President Trump is moving toward the practical position on Russia and fast. First, facts always come first because facts don't lie. How many times have you read a clickbait title only to end up with half-truth? Every time you open up the New York Times, actually. If you want reliable, unbiased government data, look no further than usafacts.org. They organize and contextualize official public data on the economy, education, health, and more into clear, interactive articles and charts. Want to compare your state's average lifespan to the national average? There's a chart for that. Curious how the federal minimum wage has changed over the last decade? It's right there in an easy-to-read timeline. Ever wonder where your tax dollars actually go? The USA Facts Tax Portal is your personal tour guide. This free tool aggregates official federal, state, and local budget data so you can see the trend lines behind the headlines. With current updates under the big, beautiful bill, it's more important than ever to stay knowledgeable about government spending. You can explore tax topics like who pays the most income tax, what does it cost the IRS to collect each dollar, and which states contribute the most and the least to federal revenue. No commentary, no agendas, just the numbers you need to make informed decisions or ground your discussions in the facts. Plus, there's no paywall, so you can get the data you deserve at usafacts.org. Well, meanwhile, in other news, the President of the United States is shifting his angle with regard to Vladimir Putin. This, of course, is because, as I've said 1 million times, he lives in the world of reality. The president yesterday announced that he would be increasing economic pressure on Moscow if there's no peace deal with Ukraine in 50 days. He says the United States will impose very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. So either Trump could choose to impose tariffs and sanctions, or sanctions on countries that actually do business with Russia. So it's not just direct trade with Russia, which, of course, the United States does not have a ton of direct trade with Russia, but we could theoretically attempt to impose secondary sanctions on countries that are looking at doing business with Russia. Again, that is not the tool in our arsenal that is likely to have the most effective outcome. We've been trying commerce-related tools against Putin for a while. Instead, what he has done is basically shipped oil to places like China and India in order to get around all of that. It doesn't mean his economy is booming. It absolutely is not. It's done economic damage to Russia, but it's enough for them to carry on the war. The bigger issue here is that President Trump has now said that the United States has reached a deal with NATO that will send weapons and air defenses to Ukraine within days. So President Trump announced this yesterday. First, he ripped into Vladimir Putin, saying, you keep misleading me and you keep jabbering and nothing is coming of it.
I speak to him a lot about getting this thing done. And I always hang up and say, well, that was a nice phone call. And then missiles are launched into Kiev or some other city. And I said, it's strange. And after that happens 3 or 4 times, you say, the talk doesn't mean anything. He's fooled a lot of people. He fooled Bush. He fooled a lot of people. He fooled Clinton, Bush, Obama, Biden. He didn't fool me. But what I do say is that at a certain point, ultimately talk doesn't talk. It's got to be action. It's got to be results.
Okay, so, again, that is the exact right position for President Trump to take. And again, he went through every other iteration before coming to this conclusion. He was never an isolationist. He was never an America small power guy. That was never who President Trump was. And he came to the proper conclusion here because he doesn't want Vladimir Putin winning the war in Ukraine, period. He said, listen, I'm very unhappy with Russia.
One of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia. But we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days.
Okay, so, again, the tariffs are one thing, and President Trump thinks of that as a major blow against Russia because he loves tariffs and he loves the use of tariffs as a weapon of power. But the bigger thing that he's doing is he's saying, we're sending weapons and NATO is paying for it, which is the proper solution. That, of course, is the proper solution. The biggest issue with regard to the military support for Ukraine is that if you cut off the weapons completely, while Europe gets its act together, well, the weapons that Ukraine is currently using in the field are American-made. And so you don't have actual weaponry in the field. There's a transitional period. President Trump is saying, listen, they can continue to use American weapons NATO just has to pay a bigger share. This is America First policy. This is good policy. Here's the president.
Just so you know, they're paying for everything. We're not paying anymore. We have an ocean separating us. I said we have a problem.
The intelligence agencies, don't you want to make sure that we know the truth? Otherwise, these theories are just going to take on a life of their own, and it's undermining the people's trust in government.
I completely agree. The big conundrum that we've talked about the past week or two on Timcast IRL is perhaps the scenario is, and again, I'm not saying it because I really don't know, that when they begin to go through the documents, they realize that it potentially implicates powerful politicians in various countries, potentially in corporations, and the U.S. could expose these individuals, but it could cause massive collateral damage to alliances, peace negotiations, and generally the market. So this is one theory, that Trump is basically saying, we don't want the collateral damage, and unfortunately that means we just can't publish this stuff. So I'll ask you this. Let's say, and again, completely hypothetically, the release of the information would cause collateral damage between our alliances, trade partners, other countries, world leaders, and our corporations in the stock market. Do you think we should still release all that information?
Yes, because I think we're a very resilient country. I don't think that we are reliant just on a few hundred or a few thousand people who may be implicated. Many of them, by the way, won't be charged. So it's a matter of personal shame and embarrassment more than anything else. And we're still the most consequential, indispensable nation in the world. It's not like other countries are not going to trade with us or other things. In fact, they'll respect the honesty. But if there was something truly serious, some aspect that the president couldn't release because he has access to information that you or I may not, then he should just level with the American people and say exactly that. Here's what we're releasing. Here's information that we can't release because X, Y, and Z. But I think what people don't like right now is they feel like they're in the dark and they feel like people are being protected who did terrible things.
Do you think there really is a possibility that they were overhyping something that wasn't there? And then when they say there is no client list, I don't, but do you think there's a possibility that they're just telling the truth?
Look, I think there's a possibility that Jeffrey Epstein didn't sit there and write out a client list. I mean, it'd be like documenting your own crime. But do I think that there are probably memos and investigations that have information about people?
Hero Wars. Play in the next tab for free now.
Who were on his plane or gave him money or asked him for favors, or were seen in the vicinity of an island where illegal things were going on, my guess is there's that evidence out there. And again, if it was a traditional case, you would say, if you're not charging someone, then don't release the evidence, because you don't want the government destroying people in the press without charging. But this is no longer a traditional case. That we're talking about intelligence agencies. We're talking about the word of the Attorney General. We're talking about the President of the United States campaigning on this. And at this point, I think the president has to say, in this matter, because of the public interest, national security, we're making it an exception. We're putting it out there. And he can caution, and the Attorney General can caution that the American people shouldn't judge just because someone's name is in some interview memo doesn't mean that they engaged in sex with underage women. I mean, the American people are smart. I think they will be fair.
I agree. I feel like the answer to this is probably obvious, but why do you think it is there are many prominent Trump supporters coming out now and saying, you know what, nothing to see here, guys. Let's just let it go?
Look, I think they like the policies that Donald Trump is doing. I don't agree with them, but they may think we agree with him on his tariffs. We agree with him on his deportations. I'm totally opposed to deportations without due process, but some people obviously support him on that. They like the tax breaks that he's instituted. I totally disagree with that. And they like that he won. And so they see that this is something that is splitting some of the MAGA base, and they don't want him to be ineffective as a president. But I think this goes to the core of Trump's brand and his persona, because what he said is, look, the system is corrupt. He even said, I'm part of this corrupt system. Let me tell you, I used to give all these politicians money myself. I used to hand it out. And I want to change the system. And him now saying, look, no, I'm not, I'm going to protect the system, becomes undermining his very rationale. And for that reason, Trump's a very smart politician. I would be shocked if he does not rethink this and push for some of the release the more he hears. And I would, if he does that, I would come back and I'd give him credit. I'd say, okay, he heard the people, and now he's releasing it.
They are floating the idea. I think Laura Trump said recently they're looking at more documents. According to documents obtained by Judicial Watch, I think there are still some Epstein files that may come out. But I suppose the question is, two questions. The first is, should your bill, which you mentioned will clarify to make sure that's not going to target victims or anything like that, should that actually make it to a floor vote? Do you think you will get enough votes to have it pass? Will your colleagues in the Democratic Party approve of it? And more importantly, will it ever be allowed to get out of committee and even go near the floor?
I do. There's something called the discharge petition, which means if 218 House members sign it, it has to come to the floor. And I think there's going to be so much press interest in this that we will get enough people to sign on to that discharge petition and get a vote. So I am quite optimistic, as long as it's bipartisan, as long as it clarifies this point very, very explicitly. I'd hope if after this, if you can tweet out or make that clear, because you raised a very important point and you have a large following, and I want to make it clear to people that what we're going to push, and in the bill it'll be explicit, is going to protect victims and make sure none of the child pornography or any of that gets released.
I think that's fantastic. I mean, again, that was the principal concern, in that the initial AB and the amendment you had, the two paragraphs, it just said any evidence. Yeah. And I get it. Clearly, I understand what your intent was. We were actually saying this is a great move from you. When it comes to the vote, I'm like, the Republicans are clearly going to say no to that, and they're going to cite the victims. So I welcome and encourage you that this is going to be great to get this bill forward. But I guess ultimately, there's a couple of thoughts people are going to have. I see these Trump supporters, the diehards, saying, Trump says, we're going to move on from this. And I think the mentality of a lot of these guys, it's going to be something like, why do Democrats all of a sudden care about this when they could have brought this up during the Biden administration? Now it seems like it may just be a political tool against Trump because it's splitting his base.
Look, we could have brought it up in the first Trump administration, right? No one brought it up when William Barr said that there's not much to see. And then it's fair that people didn't bring it up during the Biden administration. But the stakes were raised when the Attorney General is out there saying that there's a client list on her desk, when the President of the United States is campaigning and the Vice President of the United States is campaigning explicitly on the release of these files. And then they win the election. So now there's a public outcry, and it's about trust. And everything I'm trying to do is in a bipartisan basis. Even this bill, I'm not going to introduce unless I get Republicans, because I don't want this to be seen as just going after Trump. I want this to be seen as answering the outcry of the American public. And if they look, the Democrats lost the last election, probably because we didn't listen to people. Now we're listening to people. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say, okay, Democrats were out of touch and now listen to people. Now we're listening to people and say, well, now you're being political. No. Trump won. We're listening. There's an outcry. And now we're saying let's on a bipartisan basis get these files released.
If you're a man, then you've probably heard multiple versions of the following sayings throughout your entire life. Man up, don't cry, and just deal with it. And maybe that's exactly what you've done. You didn't talk about the stress, or you buried the sadness, or you kept showing up like everything was fine, even when it wasn't. I've been there, and for a long time, I thought that made me strong. But if I'm being honest, it really just made me tired. The sad truth is, we don't talk enough about what it feels like to be a man who's quietly struggling, how the pressure to hold it all together gets heavier with every single silent day, or how burnout just feels like constantly running on fumes, how the loneliness just lingers instead of going away like we all wish it would. At some point, I realized that I didn't want to carry it all alone anymore, so I tried therapy, and it changed everything, but not in the way that I expected. It wasn't overnight, but slowly, I started feeling things again. I was sleeping better, understanding myself more, breathing again. I realized that real strength isn't pretending that you're okay. True strength is knowing when you're not and being brave enough to do something about it. And if you're ready for that kind of strength, that's where BetterHelp comes in. It's therapy built for real life. It's online, flexible, and discreet, with a large network of therapists, including many who specialize in helping guys specifically manage stress, anger, and depression. Millions of people from all over the world have used BetterHelp, and a lot of them are people just like you who decided that they didn't want to stay stuck. The best part is, if the first therapist isn't the right fit, then you can just switch at any time, because real change should happen on your terms. So if something feels off, or if the weight's been building, or if you've been telling yourself just one more day, try talking to someone. You've been strong for this long. Now it's time to be strong enough to ask for help. Do that easily, discreetly, and on your own terms at BetterHelp.com today.
Big ideas don't come easy. But when you get one, use that moment of clarity to create a new reality. To turn your pastime into your full-time. Your personal style into your signature brand. Your homemade recipe into a household name. Your daydream into your dream job. Your talent into a movement. From taking the first step to seeing it all come together, you can do it yourself. Wix.
I love it. I think they should be carefully done. Of course, we're gonna make sure we clarify all that. But it's not something that's in the mainstream psyche. So one of the issues that came up is Trump's immigration efforts, the immigration raids, ICE, have been expanding. We recently had the marijuana farms in California that were raided. There was the riot. Things are getting crazy. We've had a couple ambushes on CBP and ICE. There was a man apparently firing a gun. Things have been getting really bad. And in this, across the board, we have seen a slight downward trend for Trump on the issue of immigration, which is his strongest issue. I think Gallup had him at minus 27. Maybe an outlier, but in aggregate, he's down about 3 points where he was in the positive for some time. This issue, I absolutely agree, and I commend you for bringing it forward to get these files released. But it is very esoteric. It's not something the average public pays attention to. And the concern then is that if the focus in the political sphere is on this high, like this very esoteric issue, does it not distract the public from issues on immigration? Is it maybe something the Trump administration wants to happen?
Well, I think it goes to the broader sense in this country that people think the rich and powerful have their thumb on the scale, that they control government. People are having too much in their rent. They're struggling to have high-paying jobs. They're struggling to support their families, and they think the system is kind of rigged against them, and politicians aren't working on their behalf. And if you look at it in that context, as opposed to just an obsession about Jeffrey Epstein and who was on his island, then you understand the anger. And I think that calling for the transparency, calling for accountability, is saying let's give government back to people. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't focus on healthcare and the economy and immigration. But you know what? One of the statistics that saddens me is when one of my favorite presidents was John F. Kennedy. And when he was president, and people keep saying, oh, he's got us to go to the moon, and he had these big things, the approval rating of government was 60%. Wow. Now people don't trust government. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, Republican, they don't trust us. And so I think this is needed to rebuild trust so we can then solve immigration, healthcare, the economy.
Last question. Do you fear for your safety pursuing the release of these files?
I don't, because I think that this is fundamentally a decent country, a fair country. I mean, obviously, look, I'm an Indian American. I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I was born there. And I have found this country to be open and decent and fair. I still believe that. Obviously, anytime you put yourself out there and you take on powerful interests, there's some risk to it. But what's the point of being in public service if you're not willing to take the risks? And certainly, it's not a risk compared to the people who scaled the cliffs of Normandy in World War II, or who fought Jim Crow, or who fought for this country's freedoms in the Cold War. So I think politicians need to show a modicum of guts. That's the least thing we can do in terms of our job.
Right on. I do appreciate your efforts. I think this is great, and I appreciate that there's some bipartisan effort at the very least to get to the bottom of this story that's been so massive for so long and affects us deeply and politically. Is there anything else you wanted to add before we wrap up?
No, I appreciate your voice, and I appreciate the dialogue, because I think your tweets, your reasonable concerns helped us tighten up the language in this bill we're going to introduce. And, that's what democracy is supposed to be, to have this kind of conversation. So I always enjoy coming on and look forward to doing it again.
Right on. Where can people find you?
At Rokana is the best way across almost all the platforms.
Right on. I do appreciate it, Representative. Thanks for joining us and explaining this, and we'll see you next time.
Sounds great, Tim. Thank you.
Take care.
Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams, and posts. And built-in privacy tools like ad and tracker blockers and free no-log VPN. Check into GX Corner for the latest news, deals, and free games. But what really makes our hit different is mods, giving you the power to change everything from animated wallpapers to themes, sounds, music, and shaders, so you can change everything. Get Opera GX.
What does your video sound like? Go to artlist.io and get the best music and sound effects for your videos. This is not the real world. This is your creation. The stories you tell, the images you take, and the music you choose. Soundtrack your videos with Artlist. Be creative. With unlimited music and sound effects and a license that covers everything. Join the next generation of creators. Go to Artlist now and start creating without limits.
Well, all right. That was the Representative Rokana. And, man, I'm for it. I'm for it. And, you know, I'm sitting here I'm thinking about it as I listen to the representative explain that, of course, they don't want to have victims be victimized and all that. And I do largely, I trust the integrity. I trust Ro Khanna. We've talked about this quite a bit. As it comes to Democrats, he's like the only good one. There may be a couple others that are like decent, but Ro, he's on the issues related to freedom and what is right. He tends to be. That being said, his policy on immigration, his policies as it pertains to aligning with the Democratic Party largely, I disagree with. And, you know, we had a great conversation when he came on Timcast IRL discussing immigration, the interests of the American people, and why our views are different. Of course, he was born in Pennsylvania. His parents are immigrants. So he views this country much more from that tradition, whereas I view the risk of unfettered immigration and illegal immigration as something that's destructive to the culture of this country. That being said, I'm sitting there listening to him and being like, okay, when I woke up this morning and I'm looking at these news stories and they're saying that Republicans are voting to block this, I take a look at his amendment and I'm like, come on. The amendment outright says any evidence. Who can vote yes on the release of that? Because that's a poison pill. That being said, he immediately clarifies we don't want that. We don't want that. And I believe my tweet stands when I said that Democrats actually voted for the release, the publishing of child abuse materials on the DOJ website. Because while I respect Ro Khanna's intent, the rest of them, I think, knew Republicans were going to vote no, and they were going to be able to vote yes, which effectively meant they wanted the DOJ to publish all the evidence. Now, he said our understanding legally was that the DOJ would still be able to protect victims and things like that. You know, maybe there's some like legal thing I don't understand, but I don't see that, especially when it says you've got to publish any evidence. But again, I clarify. I'm hearing him. I want him to put forward a bill that says we will protect the victims. We will not compromise any investigations. We will release the evidence on what Epstein was doing. And I think there's no reason to say no, because we can go through everything that we just laid out. But I'll give the bullet points quite simply. If there were people who associated with Epstein but didn't do anything wrong, who cares? You're not going to be implicated in a crime. You're not going to be accused of wrongdoing. It may be bad for your reputation, but so what? So what? Okay? You know, Eric Weinstein was talking about this, saying that, you know, people have said things about him because Epstein was involved in the Harvard math program for some reason. He doesn't know why. There were individuals who say that Epstein was giving grants to their family members and people they knew, and people have accused them of wrongdoing, but they're like, he was just some guy who put money places. I will not play this game. That simply because someone flew on his plane, they committed a crime. RFK Jr., Trump, they flew on his plane, and I don't think either of them did anything untoward. Well, I should say, I don't think any of them are involved in what we believe Epstein was involved in. That being said, we want to know what he was doing with this blackmail and where it went. It could be as simple as the files come out, and they're like, Epstein did blackmail a handful of people. Those people being blackmailed were victims of a blackmail scheme and operation. We're going to hold their names because we're going to be investigating the crimes they committed. One of the challenges is, I think there's a couple possibilities here. I think there's a possibility that the theory as to what Epstein was doing was that he would say, hey, powerful, prominent, wealthy guy, come on my jet. We're going to go fly across the country and do some fun things. Maybe not necessarily go to the island. They'd be on the plane and there'd be like young models. And he'd be like, yes, these young ladies are models with insert agency or whatever, and they're accompanying us, and they can give you massages or do whatever. Don't worry, they're all 18. And then when the prominent individual would engage in those behaviors, they'd hook up with the girls. He'd then spin around in the chair and be like, they're underage and we filmed the whole thing and now I own you. And so the Trump administration is basically saying, how do you deal with something like that? Where you've got people who did engage in activities with underage girls who should be punished. And then he's arguing, do we want the blackmail to have worked? I think what actually is happening is Trump is saying, these people, he's going to protect these people because there, and again, I'm saying this is in his mind, there's a possibility that he's saying,
One year in Detroit, finally got me some bugs. Check me out, man.
Man, this right here, this pure Detroit hustle.
well, it's not like they were actually going out and buying young girls. I ultimately don't care. I really don't. Okay? If you're an adult man and you want to play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. And there should be no excuse for someone who's being wealthy and powerful to have engaged those young girls, even if tricked, to walk away scot-free without any kind of scrutiny for the things that they were doing, which were wrong. I'm not saying lock the guy up in prison for the rest of his life, but we get to know about it, and there should be charges. There's a challenge here in that we don't know. That's all hypothetical. I have no idea if that's actually what happened. For all we know, Trump actually knows they were trafficking and laughing and cheering, you know, smashing wine glasses and bragging about the girls they were abusing. And Trump's like, we're going to cover it up because we want to use the blackmail. There's the possibility Trump is even involved, named in the list like Elon Musk said. I don't know if I believe it because I think the Democratic establishment would have used that against him. Unless they're so scared of compromising their own apparatus, they're going to let Trump get away with it. I doubt it. They tried putting Trump in prison on a bunch of different cases. So, man, I really don't know. So it's hard to speculate. It is. And everyone's going to equivocate. All I can say is this. Who disagrees with Ro Khanna? Like, I think he laid it out perfectly right there. Okay, you guys comment. Let me know if you agree or disagree. He said, we're going to make sure victims are protected. Information's going to be released. Okay, this is so important for public disclosure, in my opinion, that even if some people are negatively impacted by the association, cry more. If you're somebody who's being blackmailed, well, too effing bad. You were engaging in adult activities with minors. So, like, you're not getting away with it. And I'm clarifying, too. I'm not saying that there are individuals who are, like, hooking up with with prepubescent kids. Like, should that be the case, and there may be evidence that is the case, those people should have the full force of the law levied against them, and there's no reason in any way that anyone should try and cover up for those people. In the event there's somebody that hooked up with a 17-year-old, and they thought they were lied to and tricked, yeah, well, I got bad news for you. That's coming out, too. I know that there's a lot of guys out there that talk about, there was one case where I think it was a 19-year-old, I think it was like a 19-year-old hooked up with a 16-year-old, and the 16-year-old had a fake ID, and he got arrested and charged for statutory rape, and everyone saw it as a travesty and an injustice. Yeah, in that capacity, it's still a 19-year-old, 16-year-old. That's why some states have what they call Romeo and Juliet laws, that even if the person's a minor, like 16, if they're within a certain age of the person who's of the age of majority, we get it. 19 and 16-year-old, they're both in high school, or I'm sorry, like they may have met in high school or whatever. There's only a 3-year age difference. What if you've got someone who's 40 who's trying to hook with an 18-year-old and it turns out to be a 17-year-old? Like, I'm sorry, dude. We're like, that should be exposed. And it's not because I'm saying, like, what I'm saying is, what you did was wrong. You're going to face the penalties for doing it. It's the same as some of the more extreme and serious crimes, but it's a crime, and you will face those penalties for it, and nobody should be defending it. And you don't get to walk away scot-free just because you're like, oh, no, I didn't know. And like, sorry. Don't be an adult man of you know, I don't know, people can argue if like 21, 23 is too high or whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying, when you're an adult man, you have responsibilities. You should not be getting on planes and being like, hoo-hoo, hot 18-year-olds. Like, because this is a possibility, you know it's going to happen. I understand the argument. They're like, we don't want Epstein to have been effective in his blackmail and have it work. There was one story a while ago about a guy who worked for, I think it was Condé Nast, and he was set up by a blackmailer who was trying to hook up with him, and they wanted to expose him as being gay. and they used the blackmail. And when he refused to pay up, they gave the blackmail to, I think it was like Gawker, who then published it, outing the guy, effectively legitimizing the blackmailer. And a lot of people were mad about it. So, let me just put it this way. It is the fault of the establishment machine. It is the fault of the Trump administration right now that we do not have a good answer on the Epstein case, and it's got to this point. I said it before, I'll say it again. If Bongino Cash or whoever else just came out very quietly, very simply, and said, we're working on it, this is a tough one, it's a tough egg to crack, we got to keep this one close to the vest, close to the chest, but trust us on this one. If that's all they said, we wouldn't even be here right now. Instead, what did they do? They came out and they said, nothing to see here, boys. They gave us phase one. Phase one was nothing. Then they said, there's no phase two. I want accountability and justice, and I don't want to be a party to a system that has powerful, wealthy, corporate, and political pedos that are getting away with it. And I think anybody who knows the story is going to agree. I do think there's a possibility that Trump knows this is a high-level esoteric story, and even bad press on the issue isn't apocalyptic for his agenda. So I guess we'll have to see. But I will just add very quickly, the representative had time constraints because of votes in Congress, so we did the interview first, and I was very excited to get him on. And I will say, I don't necessarily want to apologize, but I want to have a little bit of acknowledgement that my morning segment was presumptive and heavy against what he had proposed, because I knew, like, my assumption was they knew they didn't have to frame it that way, and they created a poison pill. But I appreciate his acknowledgement that wasn't their intent. Perhaps I should have given him a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt, though we did praise him last night. This morning, I saw the amendment. I'm like, you can't vote for that. What are you trying to do here? So if they actually bring forth a bipartisan bill that clearly outlines the methods by which they can expose the information, and which the information is, like who Epstein worked for, who he was providing services to, who could be implicated or not, or whatever, just in his periphery, then I agree. And I say, let's roll, baby. So we'll wrap up that portion of the show. We've got a lot more to talk about, but we'll wrap it up there for now. We do have more, but we'll wrap it up. So smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. Shout out to the rep for joining us. Thanks for hanging out. Subscribe to this channel, and we'll see you all next time.
I don't even believe this, bro. Like, oh.
First breaking tonight, President Trump says his attorney general should release whatever documents she thinks are credible concerning the late businessman and convicted sexual predator.
I told y'all complaining about shit worked. I told y'all, and by the way, this is not the this is not the end of it. Like, they're going to release some bullshit. Like, you know for a fact they're going to release some bullshit. But this is the way I see it. is that if you can get people to make any degree of like capitulation, you can continue doing it more and more.
Jeffrey Epstein. It's his latest comment in the ongoing controversy that has split many of the president's supporters.
Yeah, and if it's all redacted, people are going to lose their fucking minds, man. Everybody's going to go crazy about this.
Meanwhile, there is new pressure tonight on
It's going to
Attorney
make it
General
worse.
Pam Bondi from
So either if you think it's all going to be redacted, then you should want it to be released, because that will Streisand affect this even more. There is no negative outcome that happens when these files get released. Every outcome is positive.
Spot, the top Republican in the House, the Speaker. Correspondent David Spahn has the story for us tonight. Good evening, David. I mean, this story does not go away here.
It's really not right now, at least, Brett. And Attorney General Pam Bondi is breaking her silence on this Epstein matter following a week of intense blowback from the MAGA base.
Yeah.
She says, though, she's staying put despite calls for her to go.
Impaired driving is a danger to yourself and other Oklahomans on every road. So remember, make a plan before you go out. Get a designated driver, call a friend, or use a ride.
I'm going to be here for as long as the president wants me here, and I believe he's made that crystal clear. It's 4 years, well, 3.5 now, right? Do you want anything else?
Bondi, at an unrelated event on fentanyl today, declined to expand on the reported fracture in her relationship with Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino, who threatened last week to quit over the DOJ's closure
This
of
is
the...
all, I mean, she doesn't need to comment on that. That's all stuff that people are reporting on that wasn't even fucking confirmed.
Epstein case with a 2-page memo.
No, I wouldn't respond to it either.
Personnel matters. I think we all are committed to working together now to make America safe again, and that's what we're doing.
House Speaker Mike Johnson pushing Bondi to do a little bit more, though. Watch.
She needs to come forward and explain that to everybody. I like Pam. I mean, I think she's done a good job. We need the DOJ focusing on the major priorities, so let's get this thing resolved.
Well, today, President Trump, who's been tamping down the Epstein story and endorsing Pam Bondi, gave her some new latitude.
The Attorney General's handled that.
I told you guys. I told y'all, keep malding. Never stop malding.
Very well. She is. She's really done a very good job. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release.
However, Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, says it may not be up to Bondi.
Many of the things that are being suppressed by 2 judges in Manhattan, and they're doing it largely to protect the alleged accusers who are, in the view of the judges, victims. Pam Bondi and the Justice Department and Donald Trump are not responsible for that.
They can do whatever the fuck they want. What do you think is going to happen? What happens if they release it? Nothing. They can't do shit to him. Yeah, nothing. Like, yeah, just put it out anyway.
The reason Ghislaine Maxwell, former girlfriend and associate to Jeffrey Epstein, is appealing her conviction to the U.S. Supreme Court. But, Brett, the DOJ is asking the Supreme Court to deny Maxwell's review of the case.
I wonder why.
And leave her in prison, where she's serving a 20-year sentence for conspiring with Epstein in his abuse.
That's a
of
long
underage
time.
girls. Right.
But what's interesting is if Dershowitz is right, and it seems like he is pretty knowledgeable on this and has been a part of some of these cases, you wonder why the Attorney General is not saying all of that publicly, or the communication strategy here.
It's something that Dershowitz, says it's up to 2 different judges. President Trump today, for the first time, we've heard him say that she has some more latitude to give out some more information. So we're going to see if she does provide some more information.
We'll track it all here.
See, it's like, why is it, if you want this information to come out, why do they not want her to just come out and testify on live camera who did it and who was involved? Because, like, like, to me, if I was looking to get to the bottom of this, I would want to talk to her. I would say, hey, listen, we'll give you a plea deal. We'll reduce your sentence. We'll do a number of things for you, but you've got to give us some names and also credible ways to verify them. You're wrong, sir. Complaining with them doesn't work with Trump. Complaining won't work on fucking stupid Democratic Party, for example. 80% of them telling you no guys and women's sports and bathrooms. They'll keep pushing it. No, they won't. Look at Gavin Newsom. You're already seeing Democrats pushing and pulling away from that. They're already trying to distance themselves from, like, gender ideology. They are trying to.
David, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Does she get whacked if they did that? Then threaten to kill her if she doesn't. Problem solved. Say, okay, well, you're dead. You spend the rest of your life in prison, or you testify anyway. Problem solved. And yeah, she's dead. Yeah, she's dead anyway. Like, she's gonna die in prison regardless. Yeah, but yeah, she already in prison. Exactly. Like, the thing is that, again, if you want to solve problems like this, you have to be aggressive. You do. And if you don't do that, you're going to lose. That's it. And yeah, she's going to life in prison either way. Yeah, exactly. How does she get all that way into prison, all that life, without being the info extracted? Well, the reason why is she'll self-die, though, same as he did. Well, there's an easy way to make sure that happens. Testifying under duress isn't admissible in court. Well, of course not. No. I mean, like, and that's the thing, is you wouldn't use to testify. Like, having her testify isn't really the main thing. It's having her show you where to find the breadcrumbs and find out the information. Like, because I think that once you start giving out names, and especially once other people are implicated, then things begin unraveling. All you need to do is to begin the dominoes. It's not something that, like, happens. Yeah, she already guilty, right? Yeah. You just begin this, and everything else falls apart after that. Can you imagine if she was to testify days before is found dead? Well, I mean, yeah, obviously if that happened, people would lose their minds. And they should. I think they absolutely should. 100%. But yeah, and so I told you guys, I fucking told you, I said that the videos and the people that are posting this and on social media, I said this would make a difference, and it is beginning to make a difference. Why the fuck are they talking about it at all? It's very clear that Donald Trump wants this to go away. It's very, very clear. And that's the reason why you can't let it go away. That's it. You're describing brinksmanship? Of course, because it works. And so, like, again, he's just going to release some bullshit. Well, that's a good thing, though, right? Because if he releases a bunch of bullshit, that's good. Because now you have more elements and more points of difference where you can say, this is another thing that he lied about. This is another thing he said he was going to do that didn't happen. That's the reason why. So like, yes, exactly. And so literally any outcome is a win.
Why choose Solitaire Manufactured Homes in Ardmore for your next home? It's quality. At Solitaire, we build quality homes with delivery much faster than a site-built home. Our homes are crafted to provide energy efficiency and long-lasting value. With our customizable options, you'll find the perfect fit for your lifestyle. It's selection. We get all the new prototypes. Check out the first ever duplex model. Easy financing from multiple sources. We can get virtually...
And that's what I think people aren't understanding here. Any outcome here is a win. Seems like Trump is on the list at this point. The way he keeps saying it was made by leftists. Yeah, I think so too. But Asgo, I thought you were a MAGA-tard. The thing is that I've always been a person who supports ideas and not people. Like, there are people who I think embody a lot of the ideas that I agree with, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I support this person universally, right? And I think this is the difference that a lot of people don't understand, is that I've always been like this, and people have tried to turn me into this person who's like a zealot or somebody who's like a lockstep, oh, I believe everything that Donald Trump tells me. I've never been like that. I've never said that. That's never been what I've done at all. And so the people making that up are just doing it maliciously. That's all there is to it. And by deflecting or denying it altogether, shouldn't that make them guilty of perjury? Well, again, you have to create an outcome that is worse than them doing what they want in order to change behavior. That's what you do. Maxwell will be 80 when she's released from prison. She has nothing to lose. Yeah, I think there's definitely that too. Did you see a J.D. Vance Disneyland video? No, I didn't see that. The Democrats had the Epstein files, saw Trump was on the list, and just held on to it from 2020 to 2024. Eye roll? No, I think that you're right. I think you're completely right. And the odds are that, I mean, and also I would assume that the first people, because Epstein killed himself in 2019. So the people, and also keep in mind, Biden didn't take office until 2021. So if there was anything that implicated Donald Trump would have been the first person who would have had access to doing that, assuming that he could do that. Kill himself? Well, I don't know whether he did or not. Does it matter? It doesn't matter whether he did or not. Who cares? The problem's who's implicated, not whether he killed himself or not. Who gives a shit about that? It kind of matters. The only reason why it matters is because of what it implies. That's the reason why it matters. It doesn't matter in and of itself. If both parties are on the list and there's a third one, that's what I've always said. I think that there's a third one. California pot farm owner's ties to Newsom.
And now we're getting new details about the California pot farm, which became the scene of a massive standoff between ICE agents and protesters last week. Agents managed to apprehend over 360 illegal immigrants at the farm, including
360. That's a lot. That's crazy. And there were 14 kids too? Why were the kids at a weed farm? Why were there... What the hell?
14 underage minors. And now we're learning more about the farm's owner. Glasshouse Farms president and co-founder Graham Farrar has been called a pioneer in growing so-called environmentally friendly cannabis.
Yeah.
And he has a history of donating to Democratic candidates and causes.
I bet he does. Hey, no, it makes sense, right? I mean, again, no, if I was him, I'd be doing the same thing.
Including a hefty $10,000
Why isn't this guy in jail for employing 300-something illegals? What the hell? Because this is the thing, like, I don't even... Like, the illegals that come over here and they're working, especially the kids, do you think I'm holding it against the kids and these illegals? No, they're just trying to do the best thing that they can for themselves, their lives, and their family. Like, I understand that. But it's people like this guy that are taking advantage of them. They're abusing their labor. And what they're doing really is that they're hurting everybody else in the economy, because now you have other providers and other farming areas that now, how the fuck can they compete against this guy who's utilizing illegal child labor, and he's probably paying them, I don't know, is he paying them on Snickers bars? I don't know, but it's probably certainly not the United States minimum wage. This is crazy. He should be in jail. This needs to stop. They need to start arresting the owners. Yes. The problem of what happens is that the owners never face repercussions. I don't place any moral evil, maybe a very minor moral evil, on the people that are coming over to the country illegally, because they are just simply trying to live their best life. That, like, really, if I was in fucking one of those PvP servers down there, I would be trying everything that I could to get to America also. I would. And wouldn't you? I would absolutely be doing that. So, like, it doesn't mean we should let them all in. Of course not, right? And for each business owner who hires illegals we deport, one illegal can stay in his place. Yeah, he gets to pick the illegal alien that he was employing that's going to get replaced with him. Yeah, there you go. And reparations coming for underpaid migrants. Yeah, I mean, in a way, I mean, I think so. I mean, that would be fair. So he's helping them with wages and the families who can't afford housing and American education. Well, he's certainly helping himself. I'll tell you that. That's the primarily thing. Rich people aren't held accountable of anything. Well, I mean, again, it's easy to do. Do you think the money was made? He just laundered it to Democrats? Well, that's what he's saying. The guy could easily hold ICE over employees' heads if they want to quit or have poor performance. Employers can be very cruel to them. Well, this is one thing. I'm going to pull you up real quick and just show this message to the chat, because this is one of the things that a lot of people need to understand, is that when you have the ability, like whenever you're dealing with somebody like this illegally, you have an extra level of control that a employer should not have over an employee. This is an unhealthy and a bad relationship for an employer to have. How the fuck do you know that? Because it's common sense.
To Gavin Newsom back in 2018.
Wait a minute.
Meanwhile,
Hold
Democratic
up.
candidates and causes, including a hefty $10,000 donation to Gavin Newsom back in 2018. Meanwhile, Democratic California leaders are still working to oppose immigration enforcement however they can. That includes Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who's rolling out a new plan to give cash cards to families allegedly threatened by ICE.
What are you going to do?
But we also are going to have
what are you gonna do?
Reinstitution of the Angelino card, something that Mayor Garcetti started during COVID that will actually provide cash assistance to people. Because, you know, you have people who don't want to leave their homes, who are not going to work, and they are in need of cash. It's a couple $100. I don't know the exact amount, and this should be available in about a week.
Unbelievable. Where's my $200 cash card? So you're sending this money over to these illegal aliens that are afraid of ICE, but not to the people that are actually paying the taxes?
Steve, so like we talked about, you are staunchly in the lead in California gubernatorial polls right now. So talk to us, how and why does your message resonate with the majority of Californians right now on these topics?
This is such a great, terrible example of what's been going wrong in California, because you've got people in charge who not only won't enforce the law, they undermine the law. And you're seeing it on this issue of illegal immigration, and it's playing out for the whole country to see. But we've also seen it on crime more generally, the way that retail theft, shoplifting's been tolerated. We've seen it on
He's completely right about this.
Homelessness. It's illegal for these encampments to be there. They've been there for years, and these
Baldy is cooking.
Politicians have done nothing about it. Now you have federal law being enforced by the federal administration, and they're saying, not only we're not going to help you, we're going to stand in your way, we're going to cheer on the people who are throwing rocks at our law enforcement agents, and we're going to pay for the organizations that are protesting this. And all of it could be avoided if they would just work with ICE to get these dangerous criminals out of our country. And it's not just federal law that they're breaking when they don't do that. Even state law, even the California sanctuary state law has a provision in it that allows for discretion for local law enforcement to work with ICE when you're talking about people who in the last 15 years have been convicted of a long list of crimes. This lawlessness has to stop, and that's what I will do as governor.
Quick follow-up for you, Steve.
I don't know why why does Trump even let that sanctuary city shit happen? Because, like, if I was him, like, what I would do is I would just cut off all the funding for the entire state until they got rid of it. Just straight up, cut it off. And if they want it back, then get rid of the rules. Yeah, turn off the tap. Yeah, because the thing is that they're never going to stop doing it until they face consequences for it. The judge won't let them. Do it anyway. Who cares? Fuck them. Like, these people are actively subverting the law. But then you want to use the argument that, oh, well, he has to follow the law while they actively subvert the law? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, does President do it? Yeah, it's insane. Cut off the funding? Yeah, and I don't know why you're letting this happen. And I feel like that's what, don't interrupt your enemy while they're making mistakes. I think they've been making these mistakes for 30 years, and it's allowed them to consolidate power and influence. I feel like these mistakes are turning into strategies. I think that would be it. States aren't required to enforce immigration law. That's why no one gets in trouble. Well, the sanctuary city laws are different than just states not enforcing the law. especially with them letting certain criminals out for no reason. Like, if you're letting people out of jail because, like, they're not a legal citizen, that's a totally different thing.
Because the current governor, Gavin Newsom, who has enjoyed donations by that pop farm owner before he came out lambasting federal involvement there, his prior comments were sort of clearly moderate. Was, don't come illegally and we're going to deport you and I'm all for legal immigration, et cetera. But now it seems that he's gone extremely radical, certainly on recent podcasts. It's a stark contrast. He's clearly running for the national stage. Talk to us about what that impact is on current Californians who need a governor now.
Well, it seems that he's really not interested in doing his job as governor of California, because what's he doing? He's going on all these podcasts. He's in South Carolina last week. He's trolling President Trump on social media. I mean, these are the things that
he's trying to set himself up to run for president. That's the reason why. Because none of the other people that are Democratic like front runners have any realistic shot at being president. Like AOC doesn't have a shot at being president. Bernie Sanders is way too old. Like a lot of the other people that they have out there are just kind of random nobodies and retards. Like Tim Walz is a fucking idiot. It's not going to happen. So really, that's the reason why I think he's doing it. Kamala can win. I've got a feeling it's not going to happen, okay?
Far removed from the policy challenges we have in California. We've got the highest rate of poverty in the country.
Buttigieg? That's not going to happen. I'm going to be honest, guys. I don't think the American general public is ready for a gay person to be the president yet.
After millennia,
straight up. I don't think so. Look at his poll numbers. Look at the way that people voted for him in the Democratic primary. That's crazy. I guess I'm crazy. Obama?
Country. We pay the highest taxes, the highest costs for gas, electricity, water. We had the highest unemployment rate in the whole country for most of last year. Where is the response to any of that? It's non-existent.
Bessent's gay. Bessent wasn't running for president. Scott Bessent's gay. There's plenty of other gays, plenty of other guys that are gay that are involved in Trump's fucking, like, I know it's him. It's like one other guy. Oh, Peter Thiel, who's not directly involved, but like kind of, right? No, absolutely. So the thing is that a lot of groups do not have the same forward thinking. Like, I think people vastly underestimate the amount of homophobia there is in the country. They dramatically underestimate it.
The kind of serious change that we need to see. But instead, you've got Karen Bass just worrying about her own re-election next year for mayor of Los Angeles after the disaster of the wildfires. Gavin Newsom clearly focused on running for president. We need someone who's going to deal with our problems in California.
So I'm looking at what you gave me, the California governor statewide polls, sample size 2012 registered voters. This is a big poll. Steve Hilton leading by 19% over Katie Porter. It's tight with her until you factor in those people who can't quite make up their minds.
Especially whenever you all the LGBTQ stuff going on right now. Yeah. Do you think we'll see a woman president or first LGBT president first? I think woman president's much more likely. I do. You've got to keep in mind that, like, gay marriage got legalized in like 2015 or something, and women have been able to vote for almost 100 years. So no, and I do think also, again, and this follows voting as well, because like black men were able to vote before white women were.
Those undecided, you say there's about 30% of the electorate out there that hasn't made up their minds. Then the gap between you and Katie Porter gets greater. You factor in Kamala Harris, Katie Porter falls to third place, and you and Kamala are battling it out. So talk to me. I don't know that those candidates that I'm looking at here are attacking any of the things that we're reporting on.
No.
I mean, everything that Emily just set up, I don't see it coming from them.
No, and the interesting thing is that we've had 15 years now of one-party rule in California, and the results are there. It's the worst results on everything that matters, the highest housing costs. I could go on all hour about everything that's gone wrong, but of course what people want is someone to put things right, a positive change, and I think that's what people are responding to, and what's encouraging. Look, it's very early. You know, the election is next June. We've barely begun. done campaigning. But what's really clear is that I'm there as the leading challenger. With whatever the scenario is, whether it's Kamala Harris or Katie Porter, any of these people, I'm the leading challenger to this 15 years of one-party rule. By the way, it'll be a big thing for the country if we can save California. We're the 4th biggest economy in the world. Imagine how far we could power.
It's actually crazy how big California is. I mean, California is the biggest economy in the entire country, for sure. It has the most people in it also. So, like, that's one of the really big reasons why it's important that California doesn't totally turn into a fucking a PvP server, right? Do you think Republicans have a shot at winning California? I don't think so. I actually don't. I don't think so. I don't think things have gotten bad enough. Like, I mean, that's my honest answer is no. But I think that it will trend in that direction. But who knows what's going to happen in, like, 5 years, right? I have no idea. Or 10 years. Give it 10 more years at most, maybe, right?
Again, with real positive leadership.
Well, it's also just bringing sanity back to California and the country. And what happened at these farms in California, these pot farms, is the definition of insanity. And it gives you a perspective on the Democrat Party's worldview where heroes are villains and villains are heroes. Let's look at the play-by-play. So on July 10th, you have ICE and other federal authorities go and raid these pot farms. They arrest at least 360 illegal aliens, 14 children they found that they were worried about that have been rescued from potential exploitation, forced labor, and human trafficking. 10 were unaccompanied. And then, by the way, some of these individuals they arrested, guess what they've been convicted of? You've got rape, child molestation, kidnapping during the operation, according to DHS. So instead of saying, hey, look, that's really good, right? Let's praise ICE officials for saving these children, rescuing these children. What happened?
No, so some of these people, like, it's crazy that it even happens. It really is. Like, I can't even believe this shit.
You had hundreds go in protest, including, attacking federal agents, firing a gun at a federal agent, and then you have a congressman accused of doxing one of the ICE agents as well on top of it. And then, oh, by the way, just to sum it all up, the owner of the pot farm donated.
Well, how's somebody convicted of rape and a DUI and they're not in jail? I mean, because these are, like, this is kind of what I was saying before, is like, if these people are convicted and nothing happens to them, like, this is, like, these are federal laws, right? I mean, like, raping people, like, these are federal charges in a lot of these cases. How is it that nothing ever happens? Like, and this is the reason why also I think that they have a justification to just cut all the funding. Because, like, they're not following the federal law.
It's the Democrats. Does that not tell you everything about today's Democrat Party and what's wrong with this party?
And Rosanna, we've seen polls just recently that reflect that the majority of Americans across the board now support illegal immigration deportation in addition to those with criminal records. So the fact that you have these state officials that are refusing to work with ICE officials, that are straight up obstructing the federal government in their execution of these duties that were a mandate by the American people, and you contrast that with the will of the people, it's horrifying.
I mean, you look at Mayor Bass, right? She's offering gift cards out. She's not saying exactly how much is on those gift cards. She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
Wow.
By the way, like, yeah, that's kind of a good point. Like, you don't even know how much money is going to be on the card. What the fuck? Like, aren't you supposed to be in charge of this? You don't even know what's going on? Pam Bondi is right to arrest a lot of people in the government. She plays defense, not offense. She's terrible. Yeah, I think so. And that's really what the problem is that judges and DAs need to be visited by the same people they willingly let loose among the citizenry. No, I just think they need to be arrested. It's very simple. Like, if they're letting these people loose and they're doing this, then why aren't they being recused or recalled? Because that's really what I would do.
Harris, do you think she doesn't know? She knows she's giving out gift cards, but she doesn't know how much is on the gift cards. Another way to keep some of those people, hidden. And the city of Los Angeles, $1 billion in debt.
Yes.
In debt.
Amazing. And she's handing out free money to people who are illegally here.
And Steve, and then let's not forget about the people that were, ravaged by the wildfires. I'm not talking about the celebrities. They'll be fine. I'm sure their insurance will work at some point. But there were real working class neighborhoods that were there for generations after generations that need help. Where are they? Nothing's been done in those areas, Steve.
See, that's what's crazy to me about it is that, like, she's giving this money out to people that are just, like, not even, they're afraid of having the federal law enforced on them. And you're using resources to help them instead of helping the people who had their house burned down. Think about how ridiculous that is. That's crazy. The amount of obstruction of ICE, doxing, 20K officers. I mean, like, again, the reason, how do you prove that, do you need to prove that you're illegal? How do you need to prove you have taxpayer support? I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, California and Oregon are both sanctuary states. I get my updates and device about ICE agent locations through local Google News. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, again, like if the federal government was aggressive enough, they could make that stuff happen. But I think that, and this is one of the reasons why I'm very frustrated with them, is that I don't think that they are extreme and aggressive enough towards especially institutions and people in high political positions. I actually think that the American public wants to see governors go to jail. I think they want to see big companies have, like, their board of directors get arrested. I think they want to see that happen. And I think Trump should give the people what they want. Yes, I do. Exactly. Like, the mayors, like these people, like the police chiefs that are letting this happen. Exactly. Fuck yeah, accountability. Like, I think people want legitimate, and I think that really, if you look at how angry and how vitriolic everybody is about the Epstein situation, I think that really goes to prove what I'm saying. People are tired of it. They're tired of it at a large scale. And I actually think that if you did that to them, yeah, you'd have some people that are saying that they're martyrs, but that's fine. Let them be martyrs. Yeah, that would never happen. They're too busy blaming illegal immigrants for the country's problems. When I see people held accountable for their actions regardless of positions, yeah, I want it's big companies that have a portion of their assets seized. Yeah, exactly. Like, so if I was, like, for example, like, if I was in charge of this, what would I do? I would take this guy. Maybe not him, but whoever is in charge of him, whoever owns the area. And I would figure out who was hiring these illegal aliens and who was aware that this was happening. And every single person that had knowledge of this happening, I would immediately arrest and put in jail for human trafficking. Because you knew and you were employing and you were facilitating the human trafficking of children. You were doing this. Put them all in jail. Seize all of their assets, and then you're done. That's it. They're gone. Yeah, who had to get paid. Yeah, and that's what you do. That's how you solve that public suspicion? No, you just put them in jail. Like, I mean, there's nothing, you don't have to do anything else insane like that. Like, you just put them in jail. You can't do that in blue states? Of course you can. You can do whatever you want. You're the federal government. Like, you really think that they can't figure out a way to get around that?
Generations that need help. Where are they? Nothing's been done in those areas, Steve.
They don't even talk about it.
And people are, and the really awful thing, just very briefly, is that people are giving up the bureaucracy, the insurance, the nightmare. They're giving up, they're abandoning, and then that means you're going to lose the single.
It would stop immediately in other places too. Yeah, because like one thing that people don't talk a lot about is that a lot of people are probably already self-deported. Like they've already left the country after they've seen these ICE raids happening everywhere. Because if you self-deport, you get $1,000 and you can come back to the U.S. So if you give people a lifeline and you say, hey, you know, it's okay, you can leave now, but you have to leave, that's it. They're going to roach out. No, they haven't. Of course they have. Do you really think that people aren't doing that? Of course they are.
Family homes, they want to build apartments and destroy the California dream. It's awful.
Yeah. So different. Florida will take them. Yeah. My home state of Arizona will take them.
Yeah. Well, it's not too late for California, thanks to leadership like you and your mission and your vision.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. Go, Steve.
I think it's too late. At least for a while for that. First-time business owner gets executed on his front lawn. The rest are going to hire high schoolers instead. Well, the first time, I mean, I'm not saying execute them, right? Like, I mean, I'm not even saying that. I'm being reasonable. But, like, what I'm saying in general is that if you have these people that are doing this stuff, I'll link you guys to video. If you have the people that are doing this, Fox News isn't real news. Well, I mean, who cares? If everything they said in there was a lie, I think that the problem still exists, and it still is the same issue that I'm discussing right now. And what I'm really trying to get at here is that, again, let me see if I read this real quick. Chimpanzee cage is reasonable. Yeah, you just need to put the business owners in jail. And until you put the business owners in jail, then nothing else is going to happen or be solved.
An enemy has been slain. A summoner has disconnected. Victory!
From the mind of Mark Yoshimoto Nemkov.
Beautiful voiceover sound out of the Earthworks ethos. Now it's really simple. Let me just show you my chain here. This is just all the plugins I'm using not in order, but I had to lay them out this way to fit on screen. So Let's just get rid of this stuff for the moment, and I will show you. So we're going into the Neve 88RS, into Precision de-esser, and then as I do with all my microphones, I kick it over to aux 1, where I have the finishing part of the chain, the Holy Trinity: CVOX, Oxford Dynamic EQ, Neve DFC. An Oxford inflator is sitting here not turned on, but we may turn that on later. We'll see. So let me just show you what's going on. So hold on, let me just bring everything back up here. So you have to wonder, if this microphone sounds so good for voiceover, why does Earthworks not promote it as a voiceover microphone? And the answer is quite simple. Because the detail of the capture is so great. Because you have this membrane on this microphone that reacts so quickly to everything. It's really a very fast, transient capture, so that everything sounds so realistic. And then you have this 20 to 30K frequency response that's pretty much flat throughout the whole region. And you get this really incredible amount of realism. But what it also does is it picks up a little bit more sound than you would think it does. And that may be daunting if you don't know how to kill that sound. But I'm going to show you, right? A little bit of experience goes a long way, but just watch this, right? So one of the things that you will notice when I turn off this and that is that it gets really noisy. Hold on. Let's turn that off too. So this would be the ethos right into the interface. And that may not sound like a usable voiceover sound to you. But from here, we are going to make some magic. Right? So really, if you're worried about the fact that this microphone sounds noisy, all you need is CVOX. CVOX kills it in real time. Watch this. CVOX turns every microphone into a usable voiceover microphone just like that. Boom, done. Quiet. So all we have to do from here is shape the sound. Now, what I have going on, of course, in the rest of the chain is I have just the DFC and the Oxford Dynamic EQ. Right, set up so that they really help everything along the way. And again, if you want to see that how I use these, watch that video. And so let me just show you the front end here. Let's turn on, we have the de-esser back on. So here we go. So all you have to do really is a little bit of EQ. Let's turn this off. So this is what it sounds like without the EQ. It's not bad at all, but it's not quite there. It's not quite as focused as we want it. So we want this sound to be really, really clean and present. It has a little bit of congestion there. We're gonna take that out. And we do that simply with just a little bit right here on my voice, right? The way I do it is a little bit here, about 10.5K. I usually use about a 9K boost, like a 2 dB boost in 9K on everything. But here it just felt a little bit better at 10.5. And again, I do about a 2 to 3 dB boost here at about 4.5 on everything. That's just the way I like it. And then for some reason, there's a tiny, what is that? Like a sixth of a dB at 940. I was messing around with this microphone for like 2 hours, and for some reason that just felt better. And then there's this little 120 dB cut right here, just a little bit less than 2 dB. Just to shave a little bit of that low end presence off it, to make it feel more realistic. And then there's an 80 hertz high pass filter right here. And that's really it. Then we added a touch, just a little kiss of compression there to help with dynamics going in. And this is the end result. This is how I get this sound, which I do feel like is one of the best voiceover sounds I've ever gotten in this booth. So I'm pretty excited about this. So this is how you use the Earthworks ethos for voiceover. Use my chain. And it sounds amazing. This is a really great microphone. It does have a little bit of a learning curve. I would say that, again, a little bit of experience goes a long way. Knowing how to use your tools to sculpt them into something that really works for you, as opposed to just relying on how they sound plugged in, is really what separates the pros from the schmoes. And so you want to be a pro, so learn your gear, really get in there and fiddle around with it. These settings, start with these settings as a jumping off point, right? Go find my settings for the Holy Trinity, for my favorite VO chain, and really just set it up. And then C-Suite again. C-Suite is magic. C-Suite turns the the Earthworks ethos into what I do think is one of the best voiceover microphones out there. $400. How are you $400? right? I feel like somebody's going to jump out with a sign saying, "Nope, it's $1,000 microphone, but it's $400." And that's how you do that. All right, I want to know what you think. The Earthworks ethos. It sounds really incredible. I mean, you could do. I know that Jeff had asked just this morning, would you use this for audiobooks? And I would. I would absolutely use this for audiobooks. I'd warm it up a little bit down here, and I might even use the foam cap. But you know what? I'd just warm it up a little bit, and I think this is a great sound for really anything, for narrative, because again, it's so detailed. So if you wanted to do character voices, it's just basically like he walked into the room and he told her, "Baby, this isn't working out. I think we have to do different things because we're different people." You know what I'm saying? I mean, this could totally work for that. This could totally work for audiobook stuff. So you can really get in there and really be intimate about stuff. And then again, if you really want to get on top of it and just be a little bit more like, "Hey, this isn't working out. We got to try something different." I mean, it'll handle that, and it'll handle it in such a way that feels realistic. Now, it doesn't have that smooth, rounded, vintagey top end. Again, Earthworks, they promote their stuff as being the sound of today. And I think that's amazing. All right, the Earthworks ethos for voiceover. This thing is a voiceover. I hate to say secret weapon, but this thing is really this is a mic killer, man. This is a more expensive mic killer. Because I honestly, I think I'm going to have to buy at least one more of these. So anyway, all right, what do you think? I need to know. What do you think? What do you think of the Earthworks ethos? All right, leave a comment. Until next time, this is Mark Yoshimoto Nemkov, fading to black. to life is a 6-pound block of stainless steel from which they machine this beautiful thing right here. And in that same regard, I'm going to show you how I sculpt this beautiful
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy rampage. My time is... An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Turret plating will fall soon. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Just one of many.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain. been slain.
Come through.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Destroyed. Double kill. Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your inhibitor is destroyed. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. been slain. Has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Beautiful voiceover sound out of the Earthworks ethos. Now it's really simple. Let me just show you my chain here. This is just all the plugins I'm using, not in order, but I had to lay them out this way to fit on screen. So let's just get rid of this stuff for the moment, and I will show you. So we're going into the Neve 88RS, into Precision de-esser, and then as I do with all my microphones, I kick it over to aux 1 where I have the finishing part of the chain, the Holy Trinity, CVOX, Oxford Dynamic EQ, Neve DFC. An Oxford inflator is sitting here not turned on, but we may turn that on later, we'll see. So let me just show you what's going on. So hold on, let me just bring everything back up here. So you have to wonder, if this microphone sounds so good for voiceover, why does Earthworks not promote it as a voiceover microphone? And the answer is quite simple. Because the detail of the capture is so great. Because you have this membrane on this microphone that reacts so quickly to everything. It's really a very fast, transient capture so that everything sounds so realistic. And then you have this 20 to 30K frequency response that's pretty much flat throughout the whole region. And you get this really incredible amount of realism. But what it also does is it picks up a little bit more sound than you would think it does. And that may be daunting if you don't know how to kill that sound. But I'm going to show you, right? A little bit of experience goes a long way, but just watch this, right? So one of the things that you will notice when I turn off this and that is that it gets really noisy. Hold on. Let's turn that off too. So this would be the
The next League of Legends Clash tournament is coming up soon, which gives me the perfect example to talk about something I've wanted to make a video on for a long time. How to play with the pre-made team. 5v5ing with friends is already fun, but what makes it even more fun is incorporating pro-level team play concepts into the mix, which is what this video is going to teach you. We'll go through each stage of the game, section by section, starting with draft, seen in a way that you've never even considered before, to early game fighting tips and mid-game sequence planning. In this video, I'll essentially teach you everything you need to know in order to get your pre-made team into shape for your next game night. And for you solo queue warriors out there, don't worry too much. More than half of what you're going to hear in this video is going to be useful to you even if you're not planning on playing with a team anytime soon. But for those of you who do want to do well and get those higher tier Clash rewards, well, you've come to the right place.
My name's Rogue and I played League of Legends professionally for 7 years. Now I'm a full-time content creator and coach for all ranks Iron through to Challenger. So if you want more information of what a coaching session with me will look like, you can find more information by following the link in the video description below.
And while you're in the description, you'll also find the link to my Patreon where I post all of the recordings of my best coaching sessions in full. With almost 1,000 hours of content currently available, all sorted by role and rank, including sessions where I've coached for professional level teams, you can get a glimpse of what pro level league looks like from the inside. That's why whatever you're looking for, you'll easily be able to find something that's going to help you improve, no matter your rank. Now when I work with high level teams, I often do their draft in a pretty unique way. I not only try to categorize different team compositions based on the composition's goal, but I also categorize them based on the archetype of their jungle champion. Here's an example of what I mean taken from some drafting tables I cooked up from a pro team I worked with a little over a year ago. You'll notice specifically that there are two entirely different draft tables for a dive composition, one with a farming jungler and one with a ganking jungler. This is due to something that I like to refer to as a demanding lane matchup. You see, some lane matchups simply demand more jungle attention than others. The most obvious example of this happens almost any time you see a significant range disparity. For example, when you have a melee versus range support matchup in bot lane. The win condition of these kind of matchups are very clear. In this lane, Alistar and Lucian don't have any kill threat at all until they get to a minimum of level 3, since they simply lack the damage necessary to go for an all-in. If they do try to go in, they will simply run out of damage before they can complete the kill because they're such a low level, and they will lose the trade massively on the way out, taking a ton of return damage as they retreat, while also losing push, putting them in a terrible situation. Therefore, the lane is incredibly hard early. The range side of the matchup will always dominate. They will by default get pushed since they can literally walk up and auto-attack the Alistar for free damage, and there is nothing he can do about it until he gets to that first breakpoint at level 3, where he finally gains enough damage to threaten a kill. If the range side of the matchup can poke down Lucian Alistar to be below half health or so before they're able to get level 3, this will entirely deny their ability to take that all-in timer, since you can't all-in when you're on 20% health. If this happens, it then traps the melee side of the matchup in a permanently losing situation, which they can only get out of by dropping minions and tower plates in order to recall, putting them significantly behind. On the other side though, the Lucian Alistar's goal is to simply conserve health until they can reach the breakpoint at level 3, at which their goal is to try and leverage the kill threat they now have into getting a recall, by either killing their opponent and recalling, or threatening an all-in that forces their opponent to concede push, allowing them to crash a wave into tower and recall for free. As the melee side, recalling is your primary objective in these kind of matchups. There are two ways to get a better all-in: level ups and items. The early levels suck because a level 1 Alistar Lucian with a Doran's Blade can't one-shot someone, so they can't go in. But a level 4 Lucian Alistar with a couple of longswords who just healed back to full HP by recalling, now that has a lot more kill threat. The same is true in other lanes. Just look at every single person who has picked Fizz with Ignite versus a mage in mid lane. What will Fizz with Ignite do at level 3? Well, he's going to take the earliest opportunity to go for an all-in, otherwise he's just going to sit around and get poked out until he's useless.
Hi, Hyun here with League of Legends. Now you're gonna be saying wow every time you play this video game. Now look at this, I'm a blind monk. 1 slap, I'm farming some gold. 2 slaps, you slap on some friends, and look at the more you slap the funner it gets. You don't have to switch any games. Now you like your friends, but you hate finding it. Play solo, meet new people, play with your friends to build up that teamwork. Now I'm an
Helping melee supports avoid these range vs melee matchups is actually one of the main reasons why pro teams would lane swap their bot lane to top at level 1 so often at the recent World Championship. In fact, in the first 38 games played at the recent World Championship, the team with the melee support always initiated a level 1 lane swap to top in order to avoid having to play the difficult early levels of a melee vs range support matchup. With the win conditions of these kind of matchups being so obvious, you can begin to see why jungle intervention is so important in these kind of lanes. Here's an example from a Gragas game I played, taken from my Patreon in a game played about a year ago. Look at my bot lane's matchup. They're playing Xayah and Alistar, who are going to lose hard versus the double range bot lane until they can get to about level 3, which is the point where their champions spike. So I therefore path bot lane with the plan to arrive there as they get level 3, in order to facilitate that all-in and to make sure they can get the early recall they need before they're poked out by the double range bot lane. When I arrive bot, just as my bot lane gets level 3, Alistar is already poked down to half health, so the window is closing on when we'll be able to get them this breakout gank that they need. As the real purpose here is to facilitate the all-in, but ultimately to try and get my bot lane a recall, which is the win condition for their lane in this type of matchup. Therefore, just like in this example, junglers are incentivized to be there to facilitate the all-in window when playing with a melee side of a matchup like this, but they're also incentivized to go there in order to block the all-in window when playing with the range side of a matchup. Range vs melee matchups aren't the only example of demanding lanes that require jungle attention though. Any top laner who doesn't take teleport instantly creates a demanding lane as well, as a kill on a top laner who doesn't have TP has huge consequences when compared to a kill on one who does, who can just TP back and catch the wave like nothing happened. So again, junglers are incentivized to spend time in those lanes to either punish the enemy top for not taking TP as it grants an increased reward, or to protect their own top laner who didn't take TP. The same is true for certain types of champions who just simply create insane levels of volatility. Think of champions like Pyke, Blitzcrank, Riven, and Draven. Now this all leads back to those drafting tables we saw a few minutes ago, and something interesting you'll notice is that, for example, in the drafting table with a farming jungler, I specifically specify we can't play champions like Blitzcrank and Pyke, because that would instantly create one of those volatile matchups due to the nature of the champion, or possibly creating a range versus melee matchup. The same thing can be true if you look at the top laners. In the ganking jungler section, you can see some top laners that are ranged champions. You can see Volatile Riven, and you can see Vayne top lane is a possibility to be played. But then when you look at the farming jungler section, those champions don't exist anymore because farming junglers don't want to play with laners with volatile matchups like that. Farming junglers, for example Nocturne, want to do one simple thing for the first 7 to 8 minutes of the game. They want to hit jungle camps, in sequence, and that's it. Nocturne has incredibly weak early ganks, but the moment he hits level 6, he spikes immensely and the opportunity for ganks skyrocket. So Nocturne's playstyle revolves around him sequencing camps in order to maximize the amount of XP he can get up until he gets level 6, and then he'll finally join the game. So if you draft Nocturne, a farming jungler, with a no TP range top laner, a Fizz mid, and a bot lane who picked Blitzcrank into Caitlyn, you suddenly now have 3 demanding lanes that all require a ton of jungle attention. Yet Nocturne is a jungler who doesn't want to ever go to a lane until he has 6. This is the reason why I build my drafting tables with jungle champion archetypes in mind. A jungler playing Maokai, for example, is much more willing to skip camps occasionally in order to babysit a lane that needs attention. So in a draft where I see my teammates have picked 2 or more demanding lanes, I would always opt for picking a supportive style jungler like Maokai that will be more happy to skip camps in order to give his laner extra attention if they need it. While with a jungler like Nocturne, you might be better off picking something like Nami into Caitlyn, who can instead heal through the poke and hold her own better in the 2v2, unlike Blitzcrank, who is completely reliant on setting up ganks for a jungler that doesn't want to come. Now I'm going to leave things there in terms of talk about draft, since I already released an incredible video about a month ago that goes more into detail about drafting strategy, which you can check out to complement what you learned in this video in regards to team play drafting. Now let's move on to the early game. I'm about to say something that's going to make you think I'm a bit stupid. Are you ready? In early game fights, you should probably engage onto the enemy tank. Engaging on the tank goes against everything you've ever learned about teamfighting, but here's the thing. Pre-1 item tank champions are not tanky yet. Being level 5 with 2 Ruby Crystals isn't the same thing as being a 3 item Ornn with 4k max health and 200 armor. When grouped up with 2 or more members, you generally have enough damage to one-shot almost any champion in the duration of crowd control, or at least come close to doing so. This gives an incredible advantage to the team that engages in most early game fights, unlike late game fights which are a little bit more nuanced. Most people make the common mistake of treating early game fights the same as late game ones, where they do everything possible to try to get to enemy carries who at this stage in the game don't even do much more damage than everyone else, rather than just one-shotting the closest target with the combined damage of their whole team. To see what I mean, just look at some early game LCK teamfights from the perspective of the person who was engaged upon. Here, closely watch the Neferi and the Nautilus and take note of their ability usage this fight. They both deal essentially 0 damage, with every ability being used defensively. And in this fight, pay attention to the Xin Zhao. He doesn't even gain control of his character until he's on 10% health, at which point the only thing he can do is flash ult away and die anyway, again doing only minimal damage in the fight. Now watch the Varus in this fight. Even with a good flash, he only gains control of his character at half HP, and in the entire fight manages just 2 or 3 auto attacks of damage before he realizes his whole team is dead. Now let's rewatch all of these fights from the other perspective. Pay attention to Kai'Sa in this fight and look at how much she's free hitting with literally no risk to her. She's essentially able to free hit without any risk to her, fully stacking lethal tempo and going crazy. In this next one, look at Zeri. Same thing, she's just stacking her lethal tempo for free.
Are you ready for this? Man, I stay ready. Just like StockX.
Go ahead, make your day with the Neo QLED 8K. With glare-free technology for no distracting reflections. Even smarter with SmartThings and Galaxy AI.
And in this last one, keep an eye on Ezreal. He's just straight up vibing in the backline, using E to go forward and just dealing free damage as much as he wants. You can see by being the team that engages in early game fights, you allow your carries to free hit without fear, but the most important thing to note is that the damage they deal is far more valuable when compared to the damage that the enemy is returning onto our engagers. Now this clip here is what inspired me to put this in a video. Now this was taken from a team coaching I did about 2-3 weeks ago, and it shows a team who obviously didn't understand the reason for why it's so advantaged to engage first in these early game fights. So right here we have a great opportunity to go in. Vi's charging Q, we got Poppy in a bush with a Kali close to follow. Our team didn't take this engagement though, but why should they? Well, it's because if we engage first, our damage is just more valuable. If we, for example, send everything into the Jarvan, we Vi ult the Jarvan, we Vi Q the Jarvan, we put all of our damage, our Poppy charges in, and we just sink everything into him. That would probably make Jarvan die before he can press a button, or in a worst case scenario, drop him to 20% health, at which point he would flash and EQ away and basically deal no damage in the fight, even if he lives. But the counter to that is, aren't we ignoring the Talia? Couldn't she just counter-engage and do a ton of damage to us? Yeah, she probably could, but there is a massive difference in the value of the damage she deals. If we go in with Vi Poppy and use every ability on Jarvan, we have already used our cooldowns and had our impact in the fight. So if Talia exchanges her cooldowns to kill somebody who has already used every one of their spells, the value of that kill is substantially less than what we did to the Jarvan. We take the Jarvan out of the fight by killing him or forcing him out at 20% health before he can do a point of damage, and then Talia trades her cooldowns for a person who already has no cooldowns. And then, after Talia burns her cooldowns, Akali comes in with fresh cooldowns and kills the Talia who doesn't have cooldowns. You can start to see the value for why engaging fast is so good. Now don't get confused here, I'm not telling you to always engage onto the ulting Alistar. Use common sense and still prioritize key targets if you can. The biggest takeaway you should take from this is pre-1 item, engaging first is almost universally better than being the team who gets engaged upon. Champions are squishy at this point in the game and can be one-shot in 1 to 2 seconds, dying with little to no impact in the preceding fight. Then kills traded back after the engage are traded back onto your team members who have already used their abilities, thus they are lower value kills in the context of who wins the fight. So next time you start up Void Grubs with your team, plan a turn quickly, and the moment you see that first enemy walk around a corner, turn hard, turn fast, and blow them up before they can even press a button. Now let's talk about the mid-game sequence planning to be exact. You can't play as a team if you don't make plans as a team, so how do we do that? Well, in a perfect world, try to synchronize your recall as much as you can as a team, resetting around the same time so you come out of base at the same time. At this point, every pro team does the same thing. They ask roughly the same questions in order to figure out what to do next. Number 1, what's the next objective and what side of the map are we playing? The best way to do this is to look at either what objective is coming up next, or what side of the map has more towers on that you can take. In this situation, there are 2 possible options. We already have the bot tier 2, so we could go top side where we can play for the top and mid tier 2 and even get the enemy's red buff that spawns in 1 minute. Or we could go bot side and set up for Adacon that spawns soon, which would be super easy to take with the amount of consistent damage we have in our team composition. Now this is where you can tell that this team didn't plan the sequence out of base because they weren't aligned with the base. As mentioned, we could go top side for the 2 towers, but we also could go bot side for Adacon. Either way, we do the same one all together, we play between the lanes and we put vision on that side. Here's the problem though, Melia goes up, Vi goes down, and because of that, nothing happens. We end up just stalling out, and then we all just randomly get bored and take resets after only being on the map for 1 minute, and all of our top sides and vision goes, and now the enemy has access to a play they shouldn't have. Right? In hindsight, either of these plays works. If we all go bot side, we could go deep in the jungle with vision and just take Adacon pretty easily with all the damage we have. But on the counter argument, if our Vi went top with Milio here, take a look at this moment with all the plays we have available. Rumble showing on vision bot lane, the enemy's walking in and contesting us when they don't have vision in their own top jungle. So we could pick them in the jungle when they face check, or we could easily move into this top tier 2. We saw 3 enemies mid, we see 1 enemy bot, we would have access to the top tower with the wave still alive, we could rush it down. All of these plays would work, we just did 2 at the same time, which obviously shows bad sequence planning on their part. To further demonstrate sequence planning, let's jump back in time and switch teams to become the red team this time so that we can plan a sequence from a losing position.
Are you feeling more fulfilled now that you're back to work?
No. I have to take a vacation.
Good luck.
What do I need luck for?
You can't just turn this thing on and off and take a vacation. This is who you are, Arch.
I'm not gonna fight you. I'm here on vacation. I just want a break.
Nobody 2. Rated R. Only in theaters August 15th.
Kepler, you've never been there, and you know every inch of it. It's the farthest either of us have been from home. In distance or in time. Every choice you make will lead you here to who you're supposed to be. Eyes up, weapon.
So we've just finished up a sequence, we've got a ton of money, and we're finishing off this tower, and we're doing a pretty nice synchronized recall, and we're all coming out of base together now. Let's plan out this next sequence and see what we should do. The first question is, what do we play for? Well, if we look over here, Dragon's coming up in 1 minute. So that means that the next objective is Dragon. Okay, that's the good first question, but the second question, can we fight it? Okay, let's take stock of everything. So our Rumble just got dive top lane, and they took the top tower with Herald. Alright, let's take stock. We're down 3,000 gold. It's gonna make it hard. That's okay, what ultimates do we have? Okay, we've got a pretty ulti-reliant comp. No Rumble ult, no Maokai ult. Oh, this is not looking good. We're down our 2 major ultimates that we need for the fight, and we're down 3k gold, and we're going to be late to the objective because our Rumble's still dead within a Can we win the fight? No, we can't. So what we should do is opt to trade. If we go to Dragon, we all die, so why would we go to Dragon? Let's opt to trade, which means we now do our sequence onto top side, because again, there are 2 options in this sequence. There are towers top side, there is objective bot side. We predict our opponent will go bot side, which it's easy to predict what they will do. The towers aren't a factor since they're even and the objective's bot side, so they should go bot side out of base. We can go to the opposite side and trade onto the towers since we can't contest on the objective. Things get a lot more complicated once you actually get onto the map, but that's for a different video. At a minimum, aligning with your team as to what to play for and where to get vision is already a huge benefit, opposed to a team who is just lost and deploying onto both sides of the map, like the blue team did in our example. So plan your sequences out of base, find where the next objective is, ask if you want to contest it, and then play as a team, deploying the majority of your teammates towards the same side so that you're unified. Thanks heaps for watching the video. If you're interested, I have full session recordings over on my Patreon, including sessions with pro teams and amateur level teams as well. So if you want to get even more prepared for Clash, you can either book in a team session with me, or watch some of those recordings. The link to do both will be in the video description. And as always, have a great day everyone.
This body is just one of many. Some say the world will end in fire.
Turret plating will fall soon.
You can't contain me. Blaze a trail.
Shut down. Slain an enemy. An ally has been slain. Destroyed a turret. Shut down. You have slain an enemy. Shut down.
Brought here by your own
An ally has been slain.
I am the fire that cleanses the world.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
After millennia,
Your turret has been destroyed.
this body is just one. I purify this one.
destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Go.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Okay.
Their scars are rewarding.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Like wildfire. I'm on a short fuse.
An enemy has been slain.
This violence
An enemy has been slain.
summoner. I am the fire that
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I will blaze a trail.
Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain.
Yes. Fire's vengeance. After millennia, I am free. Like wildfire. This body is just one of many.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. An ally has been slain. Triple kill.
I'm on a short fuse. Like wildfire.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Aced. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Contain me, summoner. I will blaze a trail.
Double kill. An ally has been slain.
Receive your fate.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Defeat.
People rigging Steam reviews. What a surprise.
So I've got a question for you. Can you trust Steam reviews anymore? Can you trust the Steam AI disclosure? You'd like to think that you can.
I mean, you can trust it. I mean, you probably better than most things. I mean, but you can never trust anything 100%.
But today, we've got this story. One where two games from, when you follow the whole chain, billion-dollar companies just broke Steam's biggest rules. I mean, one of them should be pretty much one of the biggest rules, review manipulation. And so far, these companies are getting away with it. And if Valve don't solve this, it will open the floodgates to behavior that, at least in one case with the reviews, would completely ruin trust on the platform. So basically, what if a Steam review was about as trustworthy as an Amazon one? Don't think that's the Steam that you and I want to use. Also, here's something you'll find interesting that I just found out using Ground News, who are today's sponsor.
I think that, by the way, I do think that reviews, like submitting fake reviews and then having people put in fake reviews, at this point now, they've been made illegal in a number of places in the world. So companies can be held legally liable for putting out fake reviews.
You know the Screen Actors Guild strike in gaming? Well, they just reached a tentative deal that's ending the year-long video game strike. But what's interesting is watching how outlets spin it differently. Ground News here shows 98 sources covering the story, and the framing is all over the map. Some outlets lead saying strike suspended, others emphasize that it's a tentative agreement, which is a little bit more optimistic. And here's another bit that caught my eye. UK outlets are calling the AI stuff a direct threat to the industry, but the US-centered sources, they're focusing more on the AI protections being secured. Essentially, it's kind of like same deal, but different narratives, different framings about whether voice actors won or just got a okay compromise. You also can see the bias breakdown. It tells its own story. 63% center coverage, but only 5 right-leaning sources touched
Nobody
this.
talked about it right wing
When a major labor news story gets ignored by one side of the spectrum, that's you not being served. That's you missing out on part of the conversation.
Devs will literally 5-star their own games via friends and family. Yeah, but like that's like such a drop in the bucket. That's not something to really worry about. Like it's the systematic manipulation. Like, I mean, it's same as like, you know, like view botting, for example. Oh, wow. Somebody has their stream open on 2 other computers, so they have 3 viewers instead of 1. Like, yeah, obviously, like you shouldn't do that. But at the same time, it's not really worth investing resources and time into preventing that from happening.
And
it's
that's
impossible.
One example of why I rely on Ground News's Vantage plan. There's so much else as well. I mean, here I can see 98% high factuality or above ratings for the sources. I can compare how the different outlets package the same facts. And all that helps me catch what your usual sources may end up skipping on. And once you're set up, say by adding the entertainment and gaming pages, you can just get ahead of industry news and actually see the big picture. So go to ground.news/bellular, and that's where you'll get 40% off unlimited access with the Vantage plan. That's what I use. That's the best deal that you'll get. And the link to get it is just down below in the video description. All right, I've first got to set the scene before we get to
I'm talking about
naughty
5-star
rule
gamers that we're
breakers
talking
of
about.
today.
Yeah, exactly.
So on Steam,
It's
right,
not.
usually rule breakers kind of get nuked. I mean, here's an example from February where users flagged a game called Pirate Fi. And as it turns out, it was just riddled with what they suspected was
Malicious
malware.
font.
So that
Wow.
happened. 4 days after the game launched, Steam killed its store page. Then they reviewed everything, and 2 days after that, users who ran the game in their machine got warning emails about potential risks. And this is an
Jesus.
example of things going right. You see, Rule 9 of Steam onboarding states that you should not distribute malware. Shocking thing.
Wow.
But here, a clear violation led to a very clear
Well, then how is it possible that they were able to release Dragon Age Veilguard?
result, as was the case with this other story where an entire publisher's library was pulled because they were essentially churning out endless fake games designed to manipulate Steam's trading card economy. Kind of crazy stuff. And we've seen instances of individual devs being whacked for trolling, for ban evasion, and if you're an angry dev who decides to tweet a death threat to Gabe Newell, yeah, you will be
What the fuck did you expect? Duh!
Be taken out on Steam. Now, in every example here, it's a very clear
What are you,
pattern,
fucking
and it's
retarded?
what we would all want. The rule is broken, Valve finds out, they take action, and there you go, everything is good, the platform is healthy. But here's the thing, those examples were mostly smaller teams, mostly indies. This week, though, we've got 2 listed companies breaking Steam's rules. And this sort of thing has happened before. Remember the whole discussion about the in-game advertisements and how a whole bunch of companies were essentially just kind of flying in under the radar,
and then they made a
unpunished?
rule about it. That stopped immediately.
I think today's situation is even worse. First up today, we got Nexon, and they're no stranger to controversy, like, say, the MapleStory lawsuits, the Dark and Darker lawsuits, but now it's their abuse of Steam reviews. And I think this is one we should be absolutely scathing and clear about, because it's goddamn ridiculous. So here's how it went down. Last week, Blue Archive launched in Steam. And if you've got no idea what Blue Archive is...
Well, you know exactly what it is. There are 4 girls in this photo. They're all anime girls, and 3 out of the 4 girls have cat ears. We know what it is already.
Go ahead, make your day with the Neo QLED 8K. With glare-free technology, even
Good for you. You're free. That's why you're not confused. It's a huge gacha game. It's been going for a few years. I think 4, very popular in mobile, and now it's on PC, and it seems to be doing real well. 91% positive reviews from 8,524 users. Pretty damn good. Now, say you're a connoisseur of the whole collectible girls plus concept genre of game, so all the gacha games. You'd probably think the Blue Archive is just as good as this gacha darling. And take a look at this particular YouTube video. It serves as a good
I played Unamase Pretty Derby because it has 96% positive reviews on Steam.
Example. The title is I played Musashi Pretty Derby because it had 96% positive reviews. Now, what if you saw a similarly titled video but about Blue Archive saying 91% reviews? You'd probably think it's really good. But here's the thing. While those reviews look similar, you would be wrong to trust them because there's a key difference. Cygames are not breaking Steam's rules, but Nexon is.
What?
See, to celebrate Blue Archive's PC launch, Nexon created celebration events. There's a fan art contest for currency or Steam gift cards, social media raffle for currency, and then there's the big problem. A Steam review event, where basically all users get in-game gifts once Steam hits a target number of reviews. Negative or positive?
If the total number of Blue Archive reviews written on the Steam page reaches the target amount, you'll receive event gifts.
Doesn't matter, it's just the number of reviews.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Steam's rules for user reviews are crystal clear. I will quote them. Don't attempt to abuse or artificially manipulate the review system. Don't solicit reviews in exchange for any
Seems
games,
pretty fucking simple, huh?
DLC money, or other rewards. Absolutely
They
clear
asked for
cut.
total, though, not positive. That's not what it says in the rules.
Those rules are being broken.
Undeniable.
And it does kind of make sense why they would
100%.
try it. I mean, review manipulation is completely commonplace on mobile stores. It's one of the reasons why so many of those games have massively inflated review scores, by the way.
Yep.
Not actually that good. But of course it's done for a reason. The good reviews look good. They encourage early adoption. They make something spread more. But of course, on Steam, unlike the mobile stores, it is explicitly against the rules.
I think Steam should just take the game off the list. Just take it off the list, period. Just kick it off Steam. I mean, like, Blue Archive, like, I mean, realistically, if you look at, like, I mean, how popular is this game, really? It's 12,000 players. Who cares? It's not like it's a big game. It's too much money? No, it's not. No, it's not. Steam is like a multi-billion-dollar company. It's not too much money. They already stopped the campaign. I think they should just, in my opinion, if I was Steam, I would just ban the game.
Now, Nexon is worth a hell of a lot of money. They're a big company. They're even worth a lot
can
of money
sue,
to
though.
Valve, and that means
they can't sue. It's so obvious. It's so blatantly stated that they broke the rules. It's not even a question.
There's a real simple question here. How much does Valve value their own rules? How much do they value that? Will they make an example out of this game? What will they actually do? Because the rules are being broken. And if the rule is broken and you do nothing, people will question the rule.
Exactly.
And this
More
brings
people will
me
break the
to
rules.
Today's second defendant. The Alters is the new game from 11-bit. You probably know 11-bit from Frostpunk. And the good news is, it's a great game. It's 86% on OpenCritic, 88% on Steam. That's all from real non-Blue Archive reviews.
Wow.
Which is nice. The problem is 11-bit's mistake with false representation of generative AI. So here's essentially what happened, right? A user noticed the background art contained an AI prompt. It was a bunch of code, but one of the lines was basically the prompt. Now, this was a small asset. It was the kind of thing that basically would normally be covered by lorem ipsum text. So basically, some AI-generated placeholder stuff, and in this case, they basically used AI to generate some technobabble stuff, but then they left it in. And look, if they didn't notice that, and that was the reason why they didn't use the disclosure on Steam, I suppose that would have been kind of understandable. But it actually turns out it's not just that, because something else happened. Non-English users noticed some.
I think that generative AI is probably in a lot more games than what people can realize, and the only reason why it's not being called out more is because it's so good that people don't notice it. Do you really think that these companies aren't using generative AI when it's such a good tool and such a good system? Why would they not do that? As long as people disclose it, nobody cares. I think that why should a company have to disclose that they're using generative AI? What's the logic that they should have to disclose that? There is no logic. Yeah, exactly. It's just people don't like AI, and so they're simply trying to... The reason why is that they hope that by creating this distinction, they can further alienate and isolate AI products and separate them from the market. That's the reason why they're pushing for it. It's the Steam rules. I know that, but why is it a rule? I understand it's a rule, and I understand you have to follow the rules. I get that, and they should have done that. But, like, let's go a step further than that.
Something altogether different. Those same prompts appeared in
transparency? I don't understand this. So, like, why should somebody need to be transparent about this versus, like, having a video game developed in, like, a certain country? Or, like, let's say you outsource part of your video game development to a certain country. Do you have to disclose that also? Why is why is generative AI something that people deserve disclosure for, but not other forms of business practices? Why is that? Because customers care? But I don't think that they do. I think that it's a very small amount of people that are trying to artificially increase the amount of negativity towards AI in the hopes that maybe that will cause them not to lose their job.
Why choose Solitaire Manufactured Homes in Ardmore for your next home? It's quality. At Solitaire, we build quality homes with delivery much faster than a site-built home. Our homes are crafted to provide energy efficiency and long-lasting value. With our customizable options, you'll find the perfect fit for your lifestyle. It's selection. We get all the new prototypes. Check out the first ever duplex model. Easy financing from multiple sources. We can get virtually everyone approved. Visit Solitaire Homes of Ardmore, a Cavco company, today and discover your dream home.
I think that the majority of the AI hate is completely artificial.
Titles on some of the in-game movies. Now, when called out for this issue, 11-Bit did confirm that both things were true, that the art was indeed placeholder text that wasn't removed, but that the subtitles was actually deliberate. And here's how they explain it. It's late in development for their game, and the team decides to implement these movies. But they have a problem, and that problem is localization. Their localization partner would not be able to get that stuff done in time. That essentially meant that with the time
Why would you want to pay somebody for localization if you could just have AI do it? It's stupid. Like, what a stupid premise. Of course you're going to use AI. It's a better tool and it does a better job.
That 11-Bit could either ship no subtitles for them, or they could translate them in-house with the resources that they had. Where clearly, of course, they just went to using chatbots for that. Which is kind of understandable. Yeah. A language model is pretty good at translating language. Obviously,
most AI stole art. I don't really think that you can say AI... Like, I don't have any sort of unique anger at AI for stealing art when I look at people that copy shit all the time. Like, there are so many games that are blatant copies of other games. And am I supposed to look at that and be like, that's okay, but when AI does it, it's bad? That's just, it's not logical. It doesn't make any sense to me. If the problem is that something that you're making and producing is derivative of another product, then logically every form of derivative behavior would be viewed the same way. But it's not. AI is viewed in this unique way that it's a unique evil, even though other companies do the exact same thing. Aren't you conflating inspiration and copying? In some ways I am, because functionally they're the same thing. AI is functionally using another piece of media in order to inform and create its media, okay? Developers and artists do that all the time. I don't see a big difference here. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Not as good as a proper creative localization job, but you get the point. They went to that technology. Now, they say that this was only 0.3% of the overall text in the game, and so they decided to just make that call, to use the chatbot so that they could have the subtitles.
Yeah, sure.
Now, in their statement, they acknowledge that the wrong call was made, and they say that they should have simply let you know. Yeah, duh, they should have.
Yeah.
But not just because it's the right thing to do.
It's also Steam rules.
They should have because they need to. See, Steam has got generative AI disclosure rules.
I think that Steam, by the way, I think that they're right to have these rules right now. And the reason why, even though I think the rules are stupid, is because of legal liability. The reason why they have these rules is because of legal liability. Because there's nobody knows where, like, legally AI is going to stand.
And the rule states, pre-generated, any kind of content created with the help of AI tools during development. So clearly, 11-bit also broke Steam's rules.
Yes.
And to be clear, Steam's definition as it stands is pretty damn broad. So if your game is using AI services during development, that's something you've got to disclose, seemingly, you know, whether it makes it to the final product or not. It's broad as hell, but that's the wording of the rule. So 11-bit may have intended to do this and then replace the content, but they launched without the disclosure that they needed. And as of the time of writing, there is still no disclosure. Now sure, if they put that disclosure there, maybe they would have lost a few sales on the launch of the game, or something like that. But I've got to imagine that audience trust and not breaking Steam's rules, those things...
Well, Steam has an obligation. Like, if I was Steam, what I would do is I would offer refunds to everybody who bought the game. I would say that it doesn't matter how long you played the game. If you want to refund the game, you can refund the game. Because, like, again, and the reason why you do that, and you, no, it's very simple. Steam is a service, and when people use Steam's service and they misuse it and they take advantage of the customers that Steam has, you know who gets the phone call? Steam does. Steam has to deal with the bad PR from this, not the developer. That's the reason why. They've effectively made a sale on a false premise. They said that they were doing something. They didn't say they were doing something that they were supposed to disclose. You've made a sale on a false premise. When you make a sale on a false premise, then a refund is in order. It's that simple. What if you bought the game, say, a year ago? That doesn't matter to me. It was a bad faith sale, and it was done based off of inaccurate information. That's it. It's actually such a simple idea.
E 級ハンターが A 級ダンジョンの荷物持ち
なんて数だ。これだけのハイオークが外に出たらどうして俺たちをここに呼んだんだ。岡園さん、一つだけお聞きします。ここにいるモンスターは
さっきの魔力がダンジョンボスのものだとしたら彼らの命が危ない。
ならば お前の魔力が尽きるまで破壊するまで。
膨大な魔力と遠距離広範囲の魔法で近づかせないつもりか。
さて、いつまで持つか見ものだな。
Will certainly be higher. So that's our two naughty games companies. Now, in a way, this could all just seem like tattling to the teacher, you know? Gabe, these developers are doing a terrible thing in your platform. Yeah. No, it's not that.
No, it is tattling, and we need to keep tattling, because if they do it and they get away with it, more people are going to do it, and more people are going to get away with it, and then the system becomes worse over time. Reviews become less trusted, and it becomes gamified by malicious actors that want to manipulate people out of their money, which reduces the quality of the products that we get on Steam, and it also reduces the quality of Steam as a product itself. Absolutely, this is an issue.
There's a reason why I bring all of this up. You see, in both cases, there have been no consequences. Nexon has not retracted their overt review manipulation campaign. 11-bit have not updated their store page. How little effort would it take to update the store page? I mean, come on. Now, sure, there's bad PR in both cases, but there's little material consequence coming from Valve. And unfortunately for Valve, a pattern is beginning to form. 11-bit
I think that they just might not have dealt with it yet, honestly. It took them a while, like, for example, with the Day Before. There's like a scam game that came out a couple of years ago, and a lot of people wanted refunds on it. It did take them a couple of days to, like, have a resolution for this. And also, they could be in conversations with these developers, figuring out what the solution is. Bruno, thanks for 10 subs.
Some broke the rules, as did the smaller games that I opened up to this video. Now, those small games, like malware and other things, were very easy to punish. But a well-liked, well-selling game from a real big company that's worth a lot of money?
Still easy to punish. Still easy. And if you don't punish them now, you're going to have other big companies that call your bluff, and they continue abusing your system. You have to make an example out of people. Because the moment that you let one exception go through, then other people stop respecting your rules.
That's, in a way, harder to punish for Valve. It certainly seems so anyway.
Easy.
I mean, in one way, it's actually just as easy. The rules are the rules. Just apply them, forehead.
Yes.
But that's not really how reality ends up working. What Valve has got to do is manage their relationships with each company. And here...
No, they don't. No, they don't. It's a buyer's market. And Valve is the buyer. They don't. The fact is that the reason why all these companies come to Steam is because Steam is the biggest marketplace for PC gaming. If they want to choose to make their own launcher and avoid that, then they can choose to do that. But the fact is that there's a reason why all these companies are coming to Steam. It's because Steam provides a massive audience, and it gives their game way more exposure.
It would appear that the value of the relationship and the associated revenue with that is worth more to Valve than their own rules. I think they should be worried about that.
It's not. Nothing is worth more than the relationship and the trust that you have with your customer. And if any business partner puts the trust that you have with your customer at risk, that is now a bad actor business partner that's going to hurt you.
Because I think we both know what this really would do. It would set a precedent. The point can be made in a very simple hypothetical. What happens when another developer manipulates reviews with exactly the same tactics as Blue Archive did, and then they get punished by Valve, but they just say, but what the hell? You let Blue Archive happen. You never issued a statement, and you never punished Nexon. Why are you being unfair to me?
And now Steam is wrong.
And yeah, Valve 100%. Could say, well, look at the rules, you broke them. To which the company could rightly say, well, clearly, Valve, it's not a rule because those people, Blue Archive, also broke it, and you didn't do anything about it. Now, look, what I'm about to say is not really apples to apples, but there's a reason why, right? In the legal system, you have the law as it is written, but then you've also got case law. And the idea being that case law guides a judge in how to interpret the word of the law and actually apply it in, a real material scenario.
Sure.
So here, think of Valve kind of like the judge. I mean, they're also legislative, but you get my point, right? What Valve have got to do is act. And they need to act because they need to set a precedent
Yes!
of how their rules are followed.
Yep.
And that's the problem with Valve's kind of fluffily worded rules. Even take the generative AI one. Technically, you could argue that almost any game would fall under that if their business operations are running on an email platform that perhaps AI auto-labels their emails, because that would be contributing to how the game is actually made. So from that perspective...
That's not even true, I don't think. Any kind of content, art, code, sound created during development, not including legal infringing content, references output of the game. No, because that's outside of it's outside of the scope of the game. That's not even true.
So from that perspective, not only have Valve got a very poorly worded AI disclosure policy thing, as for their actual rules, like the ones that Nexon are maliciously exploiting, well, if Valve have the rules and they don't enforce them, then that would essentially be seen as, oh, well, in that case, you set the precedent that doing this at the level of Blue Archive does not get you slammed, doesn't get you banned or actioned against. And that's what could lead other developers and publishers to try the same thing. And if Valve was to punish them, they could probably even make a legal case of Valve incorrectly applying their rules, as is understood through Valve, basically not giving a shit about their rules earlier.
It's preferential treatment, too.
I suppose if you're a Nexon stan, you could kind of say, well, hey, they don't specify that the review needs to be positive. It's not asking for that, therefore...
What? That's not what the rule says. It says manipulating reviews.
Go ahead, make your day with the Neo QLED 8K. With glare-free technology for no distracting reflections. Even smarter with Smart Things and Galaxy AI.
It never said anything about positive reviews. It never even said that. It wasn't about that at all. You just read it, it doesn't say that.
Should be fine. Well, no, it still is manipulation. It's similar to, like, preaching to your own choir.
Yes.
And the people targeted by this are Blue Archive players, people who would want the game to succeed and who will get rewards for the review
Sounds
milestones.
like this could be applied to Twitch.
So of course those will skew positive. Of course it is manipulation. And that erodes the
It
value
obviously
of
is.
and the trust in Steam reviews.
Yes.
And that is something that cannot become normal.
Yes.
As for 11-bit, well, they broke the rule. There should be a slap. But ultimately, I do think it was a misjudgment impacting a very small part of the game. Certainly, insofar as, like, AI disclosure related things would go, there is far, far, far more malicious stuff that could be going on. But that doesn't mean Valve shouldn't do anything, because if Valve does nothing here, they would just give the impression that this sort of thing is okay, and that they don't take their own rules seriously.
Yep.
And of course, you just know that if that happens, the grifter types would take any wiggle room that they could get and absolutely use it as a justification to just go hog wild. So something needs to
And
be...
they're going to do it too. And they're going to say, why can they do it and I can't do it? This is the same problem that Twitch has. When Twitch doesn't enforce their rules, then everybody gets pissed off. And they say, well, what about this other thing? What about that other thing? How's that worked out for Twitch? Enforcing your rules asymmetrically is never a good idea.
Done, but it's still not as blatant.
It's a very bad
violation
idea.
Of the wording and the spirit of the rule as in the Nexon situation.
Terrible idea.
So Valve, give them a
The
slap,
worst.
project to the rest of the industry that you're not asleep at the goddamn wheel, because if you are asleep at the wheel, the norms on your platform will change.
Yep.
One where we as customers cannot trust reviews, as an example. And guess what? If it's bad for us, if we can't trust reviews, if we can't trust the disclosures are actually authentic, we will feel less confidence. We'll be less likely to buy on Steam. Or at the very least, we'll think twice. And as anyone who understands sales knows,
Blue Archive is a bad example because their community will still review, trust me. Well, if their community will still review, then why'd they ask me to review? They knew they were going to happen.
and someone is starting to think twice, your conversion rate just absolutely falls to shit. So to Valve, I have a very simple message. Would you trust someone who doesn't enforce their own rules?
Yeah.
I don't think you would. I don't think we should. So
Like
get
Twitch.
on it.
Think
And
about
see
them.
what happens when you take a set of rules, Stop Killing Games movement, and the death of Anthem. Watch this video now.
Jeez. Oh, jeez, man. Yeah, there it is. It's normal to ask for reviews when you're a mobile game dev? Why would I care about them? It's against the Steam rules. Period. Don't ask for reviews. That's it. It's super simple. But this is what mobile game devs do. This isn't a mobile game dev platform. Yeah, like, that's not the way it works, guys. It ties to prizes, not that's the problem. No, it's not. The problem is the fact that it's happening at all, okay? Too many Blue Archive defenders in chat. The game looked pretty decent. There's a video, give it a like. I do agree with this a lot. I very much think this is bullshit. And that's different. It's different when you add incentives. It's worse when you add incentives. But they're both bad, okay? Blue Archive canceled that Steam event review event a few days after it happened, apologizing and stuff. That's fine. And if they have if they have a resolution for that, that's great. But the thing is that Steam still has to do something, because if only apologizing is what you're going to do, a lot of people will take the risk in doing something if they know that there won't be any negative consequences. And that's the problem. Even how blatantly Twitch is doing it, they have yet to lose a case or even get sued for it. No, they haven't. You're right about that. They haven't, at least not yet. And I like how Amazon reviews are now the gold standard for bullshit. I didn't even know Amazon reviews were bullshit. I had no idea about that. It's the first time I've ever hearing about that at all. Check out Blue Archive reviews. And let's see here. Didn't Steam TOS say that you can't offer compensation for any kind of reviews? No, it says that you cannot manipulate reviews. It is so blatant in what they say. Don't attempt to abuse or artificially manipulate the review system. There it is. Are they artificially manipulating the review system? Yes. The next line too? No, then these are two separate lines. So this is number 1 and number 2. Just because you break number 2 doesn't mean you also didn't break number 1. Hence the full stop. Yeah, it's a full stop. That's a period at the end of it. They're not saying put a positive review up there.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Life doesn't stop when you're getting an education. That's why Sophia offers self-paced, online, college-level courses that are designed to transfer. Access 70-plus courses for only $99 a month and start learning today.
How is it not manipulating? They are giving free rewards even if the reviews are bad. Where in the rules did it state at all about bad reviews or good reviews? Does it say anywhere in the rules about good reviews or bad reviews? Does it make any distinction between the two things? No, manipulating can mean a lot of things. I don't think this is one. Why is this not one? Manipulating is swaying reviews one way or another, not encouraging reviews? No. To handle or control. To influence.
Who you calling little?
Your team has destroyed.
The connotation is that, but the definition is not. It's just like literally like it's just literal vocabulary. Because they're not asking for good reviews, it's just my opinion. This isn't an opinion. You're just simply wrong based off of vocabulary. This is definitional manipulation. Manipulation doesn't occur whenever it's just something that you agree with. Manipulation occurs when a change is forced. That's it. There's no taking an L. I'm taking an L on this one. Is there anybody like how can anybody? This is the definition of the word. This isn't an opinion. This is a fact. I see your point, but I don't think they're really trying to manipulate the Steam review system. Then why would they do it? What? This is the reason why I don't think most people should be able to vote, by the way. This is the reason. People literally do not know the definition and the meaning of words. It's scary. It is legitimately fucking scary that people do not even know what words mean.
Midway USA has just about everything for hunting. Shop now for all your hunting needs.
President Trump said basically right now in the press conference, some people are doing the Democrats' work talking about Epstein, and they are stupid people. I'm approximating. He said something similar on his Truth Social this morning, and he calls it the Epstein hoax. Now, before we go any further, I do want to say, big breaking news this morning, John Solomon is reporting that in his sit-down interview with Donald Trump, President Trump has greenlit a special prosecutor to potentially be able to go after the criminal conspiracy around Epstein and all deep state activity. So that is a phenomenal victory. That is something that we should rejoice in. And if that is true, because it's John Solomon, it's kind of like 2 or 3 levels back, but basically going after all things deep state, a deep state prosecutor. That is a terrific development. And I would love to see, you know who I want to see do that? Ed Martin. I think Ed Martin would be a phenomenal deep state prosecutor. So let's kind of just put a part on that. Let's just put a little bit of a little plug on that because we'll get back to it. That's a huge victory. The president deserves credit there. If we get a full deep state criminal conspiracy prosecutor, think basically Robert Mueller for deep state activity, but one of our guys doing it. And interestingly, special prosecutors and the deep state activity actually is interlaced into all of this. So this morning, President Trump posted on Truth Social. I could read the entire thing on Truth Social, but let me just kind of do the best of. You guys can obviously find it on Trump's Truth Social. He says the radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again, just like the fake and discredited Steele dossier, the lying 51 intelligence agencies, the laptop from hell, which the Democrats swore came from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. Even the Russia scam itself, a totally fake and made-up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in 2016 election. These scams and hoaxes are all Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They're no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam is that we'll forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into this BS. Hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for the last 8 years. I've had more success in the last 6 months than perhaps any other president in the history of our country. That is totally true. And all these people want to talk about with strong prodding by the fake news and success star of Democrats is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking about our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. Okay, so let's start with this. President Donald Trump is obviously upset. Why is he most upset? I'm going to go through the top 2 reasons and seek to explain it. He's venting because he has achieved a lot in 6 months against all the odds. Energy prices are going down. The border is hermetically sealed. He passed the big, beautiful bill despite a 3-seat majority in the House of Representatives. He's embarking on mass deportations. He ended a war between Israel and Iran. He took out the Iranian nuclear facilities. He ended the India-Pakistan war. He ended the Congo-Rwandan war just in his spare time. He's going after DEI. He is reducing the federal workforce. He is the biggest welfare reform in American history. I could go piece after piece after piece of all of the victories that President Donald Trump was able to achieve. One of the most impactful 6 months ever of any president. So from President Trump's perspective, he is experiencing a pace. He's experiencing a reality that is far different than the first 6 months of Trump 1.0. So President Trump's immediate reaction as someone who is making phone calls to try to end the Russian-Ukrainian war, he's trying to figure out this Jerome Powell thing. He's got agencies of governments to manage. He's turning and probably saying, why is the attention on a guy who has been dead for 6 years? That is probably what President Trump is saying, and I'm synthesizing part of his venting. Here's my piece of advice, guys. Don't take too seriously this whole Truth Social here. I know some people are getting fired up about this. I don't believe he was trying to insult anybody personally. His base, the people who made his movement what it is, I think is what he was pushing back on what he thinks is a misaligned press narrative from what he wants to see as celebration of all the victories over the last 6 months. However, now let me now go to why I believe not just like why I care about this and why the base cares about this so much. And then I'm going to kind of connect the dots. Remember where President Trump was at this moment in Trump 1.0. At this moment in Trump 1.0, President Donald Trump was being hunted by Robert Mueller. President Donald Trump basically lost his attorney general at this moment in Trump 1.0. He's very loyal to Pam Bondi for many reasons, one of which is that he does not want to lose another attorney general. He does not want to lose another member of his cabinet this early on.
Why choose Solitaire Manufactured Homes in Ardmore for your next home? It's quality. At Solitaire, we build quality homes with...
Secondly, he saw in the summer of 2017 a lot of people jump ship and align with the Robert Mueller thing. So President Donald Trump has, within his memory, he saw that his presidency in 2017 was largely taken from him in Trump 1.0 because a lot of people jumped aboard the Mueller bandwagon. And with that, he kind of saw so much of his momentum that he had from the election thwarted. When people demand that he fires Pam Bondi, he hears people demanding that he explode his admin, just like what happened in the first term. So a big question the base has is, why doesn't President Trump care as much as the base cares? So let me connect the two dots together. The base cares about this not as a way to hurt Donald Trump. And this is where I think I think I could be an explainer here, because I think everyone's talking past each other a little bit. We do not care about the story as a way to hurt Donald Trump. In fact, it's the opposite. We love President Trump. We love what he's doing. We actually care about this story because this is a rare opportunity of a sloppy operation by the deep state. The deep state conducted itself in an overly messy, sloppy way. President Donald Trump taught us to drain the swamp. President Donald Trump taught us to want to go after the deep state. So I actually think we're all agreeing on this. President Trump wants to have a special prosecutor go after the deep state. We want to have an emphasis on Jeffrey Epstein because Jeffrey Epstein was probably an actor of the intelligence agencies. We don't know that for certain. He could have been a fabulist, like Mike Benz said yesterday. And maybe he was kind of doing brokering, or maybe he was kind of connecting the different entities together. But understand this. When I go to college campuses, I am not proactively bringing up Epstein. People are bringing Epstein to me. The reason why we are caring about this is not trying to win brownie points or not trying to make the liberals or the media care about us. To go full circle, we are caring about the Epstein story because we are afraid that if we do not lance the intelligence community bull that tried to murder him on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, that tried to take him out with Russia, then that very same deep state actor that spied on him and leaked the phone call of him between Zelensky that resulted in his first impeachment. We're worried the deep state will derail Trump. And we look at the Epstein story as a skeleton key to be able to look under the hood, dismantle and deconstruct the administrative state to protect Donald Trump from his adversaries. What do Andrea Bocelli, Steph Curry, Justin Bieber, and Tim Tebow have in common? All of their mothers were encouraged to end their pregnancies. When a woman faces an unplanned pregnancy, she is often pressured to end her child's life. She wants to make the right choice, but society and those around her are telling her that her baby is not a life. That's where the Ministry of Preborn steps in. Preborn and their network of clinics offers compassionate, loving care to mothers and the support they need to help them choose life, including a free ultrasound. Once a mother hears their child's beautiful heartbeat, she is twice as likely to choose life. If you consider yourself pro-life, it's time to join forces with Preborn. I'm a donor and you should be too. Together, we can empower women to choose life, empower the truth of motherhood, transforms families and futures. One ultrasound is just $28, and a $140 gift will help to rescue 5 babies. When you donate monthly, you'll receive stories and pictures of lives you helped to save. Please dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 baby, or visit preborn.com/Charlie. That is preborn.com/Charlie, sponsored by Preborn. To elaborate on this a little bit further, to Lance the Boil that tried to impale him. President Donald Trump thinks that if someone is talking about this, they're going against him. And I can understand why he thinks that way, because in Trump 1.0, so many people jumped ship and went aboard the Mueller investigation. So many people jumped off of the Trump movement and thought that Trump was done because of Russia, Russia, Russia. And President Donald Trump clawed himself out of it. He climbed himself out of it to barely be able to survive after all of the deep state attacks. And Trump is getting wins, and we should be talking about them. The president is very fired up here also because this was all done under this, almost all of the documents and all of the reporting around this was done during James Comey. It was done back in 2007 under George W. Bush. This has been thrown upon his desk. And I'm going to defend the president here on one key thing. He does have a right to be a little bit skeptical and paranoid. And I'm going to try to translate part of the Truth Social as to what I think would be the best way to resonate with you. After all of the different ways they've tried to take out President Trump, he's saying, guys, they could have put a stink bomb in the quote-unquote files that will make me look bad. Honestly, that paranoia is not totally unfounded. On the other side, this is what I'm telling the president both privately and publicly, is that the base cares about this, not to get you. The base cares about this, not to try to take you out. The base cares about this because they have your back.
Communicating project status and timelines can be challenging. Turning complex data into clear, actionable insights sometimes feels overwhelming. And that can lead to misalignment and confusion. But what if you could transform project data into compelling visuals in a fast and simple way, without any hassle? Well, with Office Timeline, you can do that right inside Microsoft PowerPoint. It's designed to make your life easier. Just pick your favorite project management tool and watch as your data becomes a clear-cut timeline that you can then customize to fit your team's needs and branding. Office Timeline turns complex information into powerful visuals, saving hours of manual work. And when it comes to plans, pick what works best for your team. Choose Light if you just need the essentials, Plus for tools that offer greater precision and customization, or Expert if you need the advanced integrations and features that bring maximum efficiency for entire organizations. Transform your project data with Office Timeline to bring clarity, alignment, and results for your teams and stakeholders. Visit officetimeline.com to start creating clear, impactful timelines today.
Kepler, you've never been there, and you know every inch of it. It's the farthest either of us have been from home, in distance or in time. Every choice you make will lead you here to who you're supposed to be. Eyes up, weapon.
The base cares about this because they have your best interests at heart. The base cares about this because we are defending you. And it's not so much about that we care about the person of Jeffrey Epstein. We do care about the victims. But it's not so much that the person of Jeffrey Epstein is a hyper-focus. Instead, it is not the person of Jeffrey Epstein, which the president, he's communicating here as if we are obsessed with the creep, the pervert, and the evil, demonic, satanic activity of Jeffrey Epstein. No. We are actually interested in Who was he an agent of? Were the same people that were behind Butler, Pennsylvania, the same people that were behind the Russia hoax, were they also the ones that were pulling the strings of Jeffrey Epstein? The same people that were around COVID? We think these are the same actors. But first, here's the breaking promising news. John Solomon, 352.
Did inform him that they're thinking about appointing a special counsel on this to take over this entire investigation.
Yeah, and he said, I think it's a good approach. Let's just do it. Let's get the trust of the American people. Let's get accountability, and then let's focus on the things that matter.
So he's on board with the situation of getting a special prosecutor and having the Epstein situation put into that, so that can be formally looked
Anything
at.
legitimate that should be looked at.
And really in a criminal context.
He volunteered it, by the way, Steve. You know, I ask about the special. He immediately volunteers, and then I follow up on it. But he immediately brings up Epstein. Like, just throw that in. Let's get it all answered. I got nothing to hide. I want truth, and I want prosecutions, and I just want the justice system to take care of what needs to be taken care of. It was really a remarkable moment.
It's a phenomenal clip, and I would say Ed Martin as the deep state prosecutor would be a perfect person. Throw Epstein in there, throw the 2020 election there. Why does that matter? And this is why I think we're actually more in agreement than the back and forth here. The reason the base cares about this, again, is because we believe Epstein was an agent of the people that tried to kill Trump and try to destroy Trump's first term. President Trump thinks, though, the people caring about Epstein are part of the people that have been trying to ruin him prior. That's where I think we're actually more in harmony here. And I'm not just saying this as, trying to cope or run cover, because President Donald Trump is obviously okay with appointing a special prosecutor. Simultaneously, he's fired up about people. He thinks that some people are trying to use this to hurt him. We're trying to use this to save him. Not save him, but to try to protect him. I don't want to say save him, but maybe save him from another deep state coup attempt. So President Donald Trump is in a active posture right now. He is in a place of where he is looking for threats on the horizon. Who can blame him? Play cut 353.
Operated the auto pen, had a policy, which is, by the way, I think the biggest scandal. That's the scandal they should be talking about, not Jeffrey Epstein.
Will you ask Attorney General Pam Bondi to release more documents to finally put this controversy to bed?
Yeah, whatever's credible, she can release. If a document is credible, if a document's there that is credible, she can release. I think it's good. But it's just a subject. He's dead. He's gone, and. All it is certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook. And no different than Russia, and all the other hoaxes. They're started by the Democrats, and some Republicans, in this case I was surprised, but they got duped.
Okay, I think he's talking about people on Capitol Hill. He might be talking about Speaker Johnson here, that are calling for special investigation or Ghislaine Maxwell, something like that. But we're all talking about the same thing in different ways. Knowing this from privately and public conversations, this is not that hard of a code to crack. The president says, why are you so focused on the person of Epstein? We're doing all this amazing stuff. This guy's a creep. I kicked him out of my club. I don't know. Why are you so fired up about this? Where our counter is, we're actually not that interested in the person of Jeffrey Epstein. We're not. What we are interested in is was he a representative of the shadow government? We all want to focus on the president's big wins happening right now, on things that matter for all 340 million Americans, and he's doing an awesome job of that, and he is. And the emphasis is not, it's all about the person of Jeffrey Epstein. The reason why the grassroots is mad, and the reason why you guys are fired up about this, and the reason why you guys are emailing me, freedom@charliekirk.com, is you say, no, Mr. President, this guy is a way. It is a skeleton key. It's a chance for us to look under the hood. It's a chance for us to say, whoop, this is the thread. Thank you. The deep state made a mistake. They were sloppy. They were messy. How did Epstein die? Where did he get his financing from? Was he a representative of a foreign government? Everything, we look at Epstein as an introductory story to all of the other elements that tried to take you out.
rapping, like, for real, like, it's just like these, like, the clashes, you cannot beat these times. Williams way better. The dreads, them played out. You wearing mine right now. That's because I gotta put you on drill. I gotta put you on there.
Nearly 170 champions, and I finally picked Yasuo. Starting out isn't easy in League, but I wanted to get better. I learned from every single game. Make no mistake, League is tough. But so am I! It's time to take your first step.
It's not that we are obsessed with some people are online, they're like very into like who Epstein was personally. There's been plenty of documentaries about that. That's not what is animating this. That's not what's firing a lot of people up in this audience. Don't get too fired up about the Truth Social and President Trump ranting and venting about this. And let me tell you why. It's that President Donald Trump went through an entire first term. He went through an entire term where people were constantly turning on him for fake stuff. Constantly turning on him. And so he says, wait a second, like, he basically thinking, he knew Jeffrey Epstein. He got in a big fight with Jeffrey Epstein. He kicked him out of his club. He's mistrustful of all of these different elements here. At the same time, the message that I want the president to hear, both privately and publicly, is that you in the grassroots, the emphasis and the focus on this is, you know, partly because of all the kind of back and forth of, you know, is it up, is it down? Also, you know, PTSD, you know, post-traumatic stress disorder, I guess you could call it. But I think part of this is just a messaging misunderstanding. Again, emails are flooding in right now, supportive of the way that we are articulating it. And that's where John Solomon says we're going to get a special prosecutor on this. I think it's phenomenal. What I'm going to say to the president, you know, if I see him soon or if we talk on the phone, or I'll say this the same thing on the show. There's no like private agenda here. Is that, Mr. President, the emphasis on Epstein is truly the best intentions of your most loyal followers. Where we're not trying to score points with the CNNs or the New York Times. It's truly because we care about you. It's because we want what's best for the presidency. And one of the core campaign promises that I know that you are pushing forward is that you want to dismantle the deep state. We are messengers here. We are relaying what we are hearing from your most loyal ultra MAGA supporters all the time. And it's not that people are saying, you know, they want to learn about Epstein because they have any suspicion of President Trump. No, we don't think, no one thinks you're involved in any way of that stuff whatsoever. But the way that you taught us is that we need to go after the rogue intel agencies to lance the boil that has been festering in this country for decades. And by an act of God and by your courage and by what the president has been able to do, and you just happen to be president. We are your students in dismantling the deep state. And this cancer has been festering in this country for decades. So the boil is the intelligence community. The boil is James Comey is involved in all of this stuff. James Comey's daughter is the prosecutor on the Ghislaine Maxwell case. You think of all the prosecutors that could have been chosen in the federal government. Maureen Comey, I think that's her name, was chosen as the prosecutor on the Maxwell case. Come on. And the Diddy case. And look, my one piece that I would say to the president, privately as well, is have an understanding of your supporters and your followers here, and know that they're not trying to take you out. They're not trying to fall for a hoax. And I could tell you amongst the young people that I'm following right now, they don't really know how to analyze or process this. This is, I would say, Mr. President, this is not a Trump resistance from a lot of the young people, from the college bros and the crypto bros and the podcast people. These are not never Trumpers. Part of that is out there, but it's not this. These are guys that care about transparency. And they do want to talk about your success. They do want to talk about this historic presidency. And so instead, let's try to combine all of these forces together and try to go after the deep state. And I can tell you right now, Gen Z is really fired up about this, especially young men. I mean, we're getting flooded with thousands, hundreds of thousands of comments that are very unhappy about this.
What do Elma, Jimmy, and Marcus have in common? They all grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancers. Whether it's for building a new e-commerce store, seeking marketing or business consultation, boosting performance with a variety of AI services, or even if they're an architecture firm looking to get more work done. It's all made possible with Fiverr freelancers. Join millions of business owners already growing their businesses with Fiverr.
And I think they're unhappy about it because they want, and they voted for President Trump on a government, they want to have a mandate where they assail the deep state. And we all agree. We all agree. Gen Z is going off right now on this, and that's no breaking news. The bigger issue is who was working with Epstein. And if it's no big deal, then let's get to that. Was it the deep state? Was it the administrative state? We need names, countries, leaders. The deeds are really bad. But the bigger issue is indeed the relationship of all the intel parties. And I think that is the way to proceed. I think that is the path forward here. This Epstein story has become a symbol beyond its direct significance. Epstein has become a symbol. And that's the other thing that I want to tell the president, both privately and publicly, is that you have to take a step back and look at this much more broadly. A leader who can convincingly bring transparency to this case will win loyalty and support from people who have been jaded about politics. And Trump can be that leader. You see, President Donald Trump, he's looking at this as this person of Epstein, where we are looking at this as the symbol of Epstein. We all know who Epstein was, sort of. We know he was as a person, a creep, terrible individual, so it's far less personalized for us. But President Trump fought Epstein. He knew Epstein. He kept, do you know this? This is important for everyone to know. Do you know that Donald Trump kicked Epstein out of a club, Mar-a-Lago, because he kept on bringing young girls? And Donald Trump be like, Jeffrey, who are you bringing here? Oh, this is my niece. After the third time he did, he said, Jeffrey, you're a creep. He fought him over it when he started to hit on pool girls and bring these like weird young girls there. This is folklore throughout Palm Beach. And he famously threw Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago saying, I want nothing to do with this. Their relationship ended in total discord. And it was just a social relationship. Everyone, by the way, George Stephanopoulos, everyone had some sort of circular, in the circle of overlapping of Epstein. And Trump fought him. Trump's DOJ arrested him. The American people, the MAGA base, view this as the common man versus the global elite. The conservative base, the MAGA faithful, they view this as the muscular class, as we frequently and commonly say, versus a group of people that are never held accountable for their crimes. There's a major economic portion of this. How many people went to jail after the 2008 financial crisis? None. It's a huge rallying cry for the Occupy Democrats and for AOC and Bernie Sanders. How many people went to jail for keeping the border completely wide open under Joe Biden's presidency? None. So what you have is a multi-decade buildup of a ruling class that is never held accountable. Of a ruling class that gets to do whatever they want. And in this case, the American people view it, they say, this guy's like girls and was probably an intel agent, and we can't get to him. That is why the anger is driving this so forcefully.
Kepler, you've never been there, and you know every inch of it. It's the farthest either of us have been from home. In distance or in time. Every choice you make will lead you here to who you're supposed to be. Eyes up, weapon.
Not everyone's life runs in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable, self-paced college-level courses help thousands of people just like you complete their degrees for only $99 a month. Find your courses. Complete them at your own pace, anytime, anywhere. Submit to your school for credits. Keep going. Keep pushing. Keep learning. With Sophia, you got this.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I shall remain.
Aced. Has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy double kill. Ace. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy. Aced. Your turret has been destroyed.